Так, окей. Всем привет. Сегодня продолжаем делать эти задачки, которые вчера вечером начали. Осталось две простенькие задачки. Потом дальше читаем просто CSS. Тут в частности про фонты. Поотвечаем на вопросы и дальше поедем. Что у нас здесь? Inspecting HTML and CSS, the box model and blocking inline. Будем видеть. Так. Делаем тут новую папочку 5-го задания. Сюда вставляем индекс HTML. Также style CSS. Style and style. Вставляем. Окей. Так, что нам нужно сделать? Understanding how combinators work can become a lot easier when you start playing around with them and see what exactly is affected by them versus what isn't. The goal of this exercise is to apply styles to elements that are a descendant of another element while leaving elements that aren't descendant of that element unstyled. You can use user type or class selectors for this exercise. Use whichever you may feel you want to practice with more. The HTML file is set up, so no need to edit anything in it, so that any combination of selectors will work. So if you are feeling adventurous, you can even try combining type and class selector. Type and class selector for the descending combinator. The properties you need to add are only the P element that are a descendant of a div element should have a yellow background, red text, and font size of 20 pixels and center aligned. Так. Так, тут div should be unstyled. Так, div should be styled. Ну окей. Так, у нас контейнер и текст. Значит, точка контейнер точка текст element at the standard of the div element should have all yellow background, red text. Так, значит, background color yellow, background color red, a font size, значит, font size 20 pixels. И text align center. Запускаем и смотрим. Do the elements that contain the text should be styled? Да. then text should be unstyled. Да, все правильно. Ну, легчайшее было. Идем к шестому заданию. Добавляем индекс HTML и добавляем style CSS. Так, что нам нужно здесь сделать? Копируем, ставим. This final exercise for CSS Foundation is going to give you a closer look at a cascade, in particular specificity and rule order. Both the HTML and CSS files are filled out for you. Еще и CSS. О. Так. Так, я потерял field for you, so instead of adding rules yourself, you will simply be adding in what is provided. There are a few elements that have some sort of specificity or rule order. Rule order issue in the provided CSS file. It's up to you to figure out what issue is affecting an element and how to fix it. You can edit the CSS file by adding, removing on, or editing selectors. You can edit CSS file by adding, removing, or editing selectors for declaration block or by moving declaration blocks around. You should not edit the HTML file or any of the actual styles in the CSS. There are multiple ways to solve this exercise, and we did our best to include all of the possible solutions for each element. Issue with the cascade that can be the bane of the existence for many when it comes to CSS. While you won't become a cascade expert for this exercise alone, and there are other ways to deal with these issues, it will still super helpful to see how these issues affect our final style and why it's important to order rules carefully. Just you make sure not edit. If you edit selectors for the CSS, does it target a valid HTML element? For accessibility reason, the style in this exercise has changed for new and old students. We propose to carry out the exercise noting how important it is to pay attention to the accessibility of the web, and we encourage more and more practice like this. Хорошо, как он сейчас выглядит? Так, что у нас здесь вообще есть? Класс пара, with extra bold text, класс пара small пара, small paragraph also with extra bold text. Button ID confirm button, class button confirm. Class text. MD with text, class text, MD with thin text and a child div. Мгм. Я хочу сделать так, но только чтобы это было здесь. Что за бред? Мгм. Сюда, это сюда. Курва. М. Так, это закроем. Сейчас смотрим, что здесь у нас. Body. Пара, small пара. Так, um, the few elements have some sort of a specificity or rule order issue in them. Provided CSS file, it's up to you to figure out what issue is affecting an element and how to fix it. You can edit the CSS file by adding, removing, or editing selectors for a declaration block, or by moving declaration blocks around. You should not edit the HTML file or any of the actual styles in the CSS. Так, вот это должно быть меньше. Пара, small пара. Сделать. Nice. Это пофиксили. Идем дальше. Confirm and cancel. Так, confirm button child. Значит, confirm cancel. This is button background белый. Это мы вырежем и перенесем ниже. Так. Ой. Так, confirm есть. Так, теперь здесь. Within text, I'm gonna do with text and a child div. Div with extra bold text. Смотрим, что здесь. Button мы сделали. Div class text. Div with thin text. I'm a smaller child div with extra bold text. Text child. I'm a smaller child div with extra bold text. Text child. Можно повторить. Fun factor line the tiebreaker was a tiebreaker. Let's say that every other factor has been taken into account. Still multiple conflicting rules targeting an element. There's still multiple conflicting rules there. Окей. То есть вот это вот div с классом текст будет вот такое иметь значение. Div класс текст и child. Так, что он должно быть? Должен быть меньше. Text child. Div text. То есть div, который одновременно с текстом будет применять вот это вот. Font size 22. Font weight 100. Но нам нужно еще, чтобы child. А если сделать так? Точка text. О, сработало. Nice. И давай посмотрим, какие предлагают решения для этого. Так, это сюда, это сюда. Solutions. Solution CSS. Body. Так, solution for the following rule. We removed it from its original position in the file. Small para. Small para. Then we place it after the para selector. The conventions of the rule order, then both selectors have the same specificity. Another solution would be taking it in its original place and just changing selectors, giving this rule a higher specificity. We removed it from its original position. Так. Solution would be keeping it in its original place and just changing selectors giving their rule a higher specificity. Would be keeping it in its original place and just changing selectors giving the rule a higher specificity. P smaller para. Font size. Wait. Small para. А, Если так происходит, то в принципе вот это можно убрать, чтобы оно не повторялось. Так, for the following rule, we removed the original confirm selector. Then we used an ID selector instead, and it has a higher specificity than the button selector. Блин, тоже умно. Тоже умно. Cancel button. Ой, confirm button. The following rule we first removed from its original position in the file. And then we added another selector to create a descending combinator. If we only created a descending combinator, the specificity would be tied with the div text. We come down rule order if we only moved it in the div text selector would still have a higher specificity. Another solution would be to keep the rule where it was and just replace the div selector with the text selector. Div child GB. Окей. Да, нормально. I wish your style it is completely open, but you should use the external CSS methods for this practice, and moving forward you should also try to use several of the properties mentioned in the section above. Background. Take some time to play around with the various properties to get a feel for what they do. For now, don't worry at all about making it look good. It's just practice to get used to writing CSS, not to make something to show off on your resume. So feel free to go a little crazy for now. We haven't covered how to use a custom font for the font family property yet, so for now take a look at CSS fonts for a list of generic font families to use, and CSS web-safe fonts for lists that are web-safe. Web-safe means that these are fonts that are installed on basically every computer or device, but be sure to still include the generic font family as a fallback. Class selector. Так. Choosing the right font for your website is important. Font selection is important. Choosing the right font has a huge impact on how the readers experience a website. The right font can create a strong identity for your brand. Using a font that is easy to read is important. Is important. Is important. Important. The font adds value to your text. It's also important to use the correct color. These are for the font, generic font families. CSS, there are 5 generic font families. Serif fonts have a small stroke at the edges of each letter. They create a sense of formality and elegance. Sans serif fonts have clean lines, no small stroke attached. They create a modern and minimalistic look. Monospace fonts. Here all the letters have the same fixed width. They create a mechanical look. Cursive fonts imitate human handwriting. Fantasy fonts are decorative, playful fonts. All the different font names belong to one of the generic font families. Difference between serif and sans serif fonts. Sans serif. Понятно. On computer screens, sans serif fonts are considered easier to read than serif fonts. Это тоже правда. Я как-то электронные книжки изначально я читал в sans-серифе и не понимал, почему мне их так неудобно читать, пока не поставил сериф. Example font names. Sans serif, serif, monospace, sol, monaco, cursive, if fantasy. This is font family property. In CSS we use the font family property to specify the font of a text. If the font name is more than one word, it must be in quotation marks like. The font family property should hold several font names as the fallback system to ensure maximum compatibility between browsers' operating systems. Start with the font you want and end with the generic family. To let the browser pick a similar font in the generic family if no other fonts are available. The font names should be separated with comma. Read more about fallback fonts on the next chapter. Привет, кто зашел на стрим? Как дела? Remove fallback fonts. Example, specify the different fonts for 3 paragraphs. Times New Roman, times Arial. Ну. А если мы уберем вот так вот? Ничего не меняется. Зачем тогда писать вот это вот? Web-safe fonts. Best web-safe fonts for HTML and CSS. The following fonts are the best web-safe fonts for HTML and CSS. Arial, Verdana, Tahoma, Trebuchet, Times New Roman, Georgia, Garamond, Cruiser New и Brush Script. Your website always check how your fonts appear on different browsers and devices. Fallback fonts. It's the most widely used font for both online printed media. It also is the default font in Google Docs. Arial is one of the safest web fonts and it's available on all major operating systems. Verdana. Verdana is a very popular font. Verdana is easily readable even for small font sizes. Tahoma. Font. Space between the characters. Trebuchet was designed by Microsoft in 1996. Use this font carefully, now supported by all mobile operating systems. Times New Roman. Designed American writing. Also check out about how to use them. Ну это понятно, что их проверять. Commonly used fonts, fallbacks. There are some commonly used font fallbacks organized by the 5 generic font families. Serif fonts, Georgia. Окей, понятно. Ладно, едем дальше. Knowledge check. What are the main differences between external and internal and inline CSS? Ну, external CSS мы подключаем в HTML файл со стайлами. Internal мы в самом HTML пишем под лейблом style, под тегом style, ну, все стайлы, которые будут применяться. И inline CSS это мы уже в самом теге элемента вписываем стайлы. What is the syntax for class and ID selector? Ну, для класса класс равно кавычки, для ID равно кавычки. How would you apply a single rule to two different selectors? Через запятую. Given an element that has an ID of title and a class of primary, how would you use both attributes for a single rule? Given an element that has an ID of title and a class of primary, how would you use both attributes for a single rule? Given an element that has an ID of title, не понимаю, что они от меня хотят, and a class of primary, how would you use both attributes for a single rule? Как бы я использовал оба атрибута для того, чтобы написать одно и то же самое правило. Ну, ID через штрих-код и вписываем правило, а класс через точечку и название. Не понимаю. What does the descending combinator do? Descendant это родственный комбинатор. Что он делает? Он задает родственному элементу определенные значения. То есть, если можем задать для параграфа этого родственника, допустим, div, внутри дива параграф. И мы в CSS задаем, что если параграф находится в диве, то применяются такие стайлы. И мы их вписываем. Between a rule that uses one class selector and a rule that uses 3 type selectors. Which rule have the higher specificity? Between a rule that uses 1 class selector and a rule that uses 3 type selectors. High specificity второй, потому что он более конкретный. Так. This section contains helpful links to related content. Так, the CSS cascade is a great interactive read that goes a little more in detail about other factors that affect what CSS rule actually end up being applied. Давай почитаем. The CSS cascade, or how browsers resolve competing CSS styles. We style our website using CSS, which stands for cascading style sheets, but what does cascading really mean? The CSS cascade is one of the most powerful parts in CSS, but it can also be very frustrating if not well understood. Anyone who's worked on a large enough website has complained, why won't this CSS property work? And we have all been tempted не помню, что такое. Соблазнительный. To throw an important, to strong arm thing into place. To save ourselves from future angst, тоска, let's take a step back and learn this thing for real. The CSS cascade is the way our brothers resolve competing CSS declarations. Every time we write a CSS declaration or rule, it will enter the CSS cascade, which determine whether or not it will end up as a final style. The further down the cascade the declaration falls, the further down the cascade a declaration falls, the less likely it will end up as a final style. Let's take a look at the different tiers of the cascade. Importance. The first tier of the cascade looks at the type of rule we're looking at. There are 4 basic types of rules. Transition. Rule that apply to an active transition take the utmost importance. Important. When we add important to the end of our declaration, jump to this level of the cascade. Ideally, you reserve this level for Hail Marys, which are needed to override styles from third-party libraries. Animations. О, прикольно сделали. Rules that apply to an active animation jump up a level in the cascade. Normally, this level is where the bulk of rules live. As you can see, this top tier is mostly reserved to ensure our element animate properly and to help out desperate developers. Let's look at how this rule plays out. Which of these 2 rules would win? B. Remember that important declarations fall on the second level, while normal declaration fall on the 4th level. That important declaration fall on the second level, while normal declaration fall on the 1st level. Проверить. As you can see, this top tier is mostly reserved. Так, это мы посчитали. If 2 roles are tied on the tier of the cascade, the fight goes on to another round looking for a difference on the next tier. Cascade looks at the type of rule we're looking at. Transition. Slav is where the bulk of rules live. Okay, origin. The second tier of the cascade looks at where the rule was defined. There are 3 places where a rule can be defined. The rule was defined. There are 3 places where a rule can be defined. Website. This is the only level that you have control over as a web developer. User. Browser. Each browser has its own set of styles, which is why things like buttons have the default styles. If you're curious, you can check out Chromium's default set of styles. Ну-ка, давай button найдем. Button not. Input webkin clear button. Input type search. Ладно, пофиг. Funky fact alert. The hierarchy here is actually reserved for important rules, meaning that an important browser default rule wins over an important website rule, whereas a website rule normally wins over a browser default. Website style sheet CSS, browser default. Funky. The hierarchy here is actually reversed for important rules, meaning that an important browser default wins over an important website rule. То есть браузерный important выше, чем веб-сайта. Whereas a website rule normally wins over a browser default. Тут у нас без important, значит побеждает веб-сайт. Remember that website specific declaration fall on the first level. Website specific declaration fall on the first level, while the browser defaults fall on the third level. А что за level? Вот это я чуть не понял. The website specific declaration falls on the first level. А почему? Что за level? Почему он на 3 падает? Specificity. The third tier of the cascade looks at the specificity of a rule. There is a file levels of selectors inline. Styles declaration with the style HTML property are the most specific. Layer. The new kid in town soon will be able to define explicit layers of styles for intentional handling of specificity. Layers win by being defined later, for example. So tier the cascade. Origin. Differences. Every time we write a CSS declaration, we enter the CSS cascade, which will determine whether or not it will end up as a final style. The further down the cascade a declaration falls, the less likely it will end up at the final style. Блин. Первый типа уровень каскада. FT ша 365. Спасибо за фоллоу. Спасибо. Добро пожаловать. Так. То есть первое он смотрит на важность Важность у нас типа 4 подпункта есть. First tier of the cascade looks at the type of rule we're looking at. The type of rule the first tier of the cascade looks at the type of rule. There are 4 basic types of rule. То есть первый тир каскада, который importance, смотрит на тип правила, и есть 4 типа правила. Transition, utmost importance, ну самое крайнее. Active transition. Я не понимаю, что такое active transition. Rules that apply to an active transition take the utmost importance. We add to the end of our declaration, it jumps to this level of the cascade. Ideally, you reserve this level for which are needed to override styles from third-party libraries. Okay. Animation. Rules that apply to an active animation jump up a level in the cascade. This level is where the bulk of rules live. Origin. Так, второй левел каскада Origin. The second tier of the cascade looks at where the rule was defined. То есть первый он смотрит на важность правила, второй он смотрит на происхождение правил. There are 3 places where rule can be defined. На веб-сайте, user и browser. Так, вот это и вот это я понимаю. Типа на веб-сайте это в самих вот этих файлах HTML и CSS. Браузер это сам браузер изначально имеет какие-то свои настройки. А юзер тогда что? Я не понимаю. Окей, и если у браузера стоит восклицательный знак important, то он важнее, чем восклицательный знак important. Блин. Important. То браузерский important важнее, чем сайтовский important. Но по дефолту, если их нет, то сайт побеждает. Specificity. Так, потом он смотрит на третий уровень. Спецификации. The third tier of the cascade looks at the specificity of a rule. There are 5 levels of selectors. Inline. Styles declared within a style HTML property are the most specific. То есть в самом HTML, если написан style, то он самый конкретный. Layer. The new kid in town soon will be able to define explicit layers of styles for intentional handling of specificity. Layers win by being defined later. Layers win by being defined later. For example, layer 1, 2. In this example, our body text will be green, since layer 2 is defined after layer 1. And layer styles will take precedence, though, to help with backwards compatibility. Come in Chromium. Keep track of the rollout here and read more. Что такое layer, я не знаю. Нужно посмотреть. Собачка, layer. Так, тут нету. Собачка, layer, CSS. И тут ничего нет. А что это тогда? When we create a CSS declaration, we can target specific elements using selectors. When we create the CSS declaration, we can target specific elements using selectors. When we create a CSS declaration, we can target specific elements. Да, это мы уже знаем. ID, we can target elements based on their ID using the syntax, class, attribute, pseudo class. We can target elements based on their class using the syntax class. This level also includes attribute selectors that target HTML attributes. The level also includes attribute selectors that target HTML attributes like checked, and this level also includes pseudo selectors like hover and first of type. Что такое first of type? Specifies the background color for the first p element of its parent. The first of type selector matches every element that is the first child of a particular type of its parent. This is the same as... Понятно. Окей, это понятно. Type pseudo element. We can target elements based on their tag type using the syntax type. This level also includes pseudo elements like before selection. Так, это я не знаю, что такое. Так, CSS before selector. Insert some text before the content of each p element. Ну-ка. Так, before I read this. Прикольно. The before selector inserts something before the content of each element. Selected elements use the contact property to specify the content. To insert, use the after selector to insert something after the content. Cool. А selection тогда что? Так, make the selected text red on a yellow background. Лол, прикольно. Only a few CSS properties can be applied to the... Так, the selection selector matches a portion of an element that is selected by user. Вот, я понял. Возможно, вот это и есть, типа, то, что мы делаем. Так, only a few CSS properties can be applied to the selection selector, color, background, cursor, and outline. Okay. Fun fact alert. The universal selector and combinators Have no effect on specificity. More info on MDN. Ну-ка. The exception. Exception, where exception? Дофига читать. Combinators plus. Fight time. Which of these two rules would win? Вот этот, потому что он в HTML. Inline, да. Remember that inline styles fall on first level, while type rules fall at the fifth level. Так, what about these two rules? Paragraph. Вот этот, потому что это ID. Rules class selector fall on the first level, while rules with an ID selector fall on the third level. Так, окей, едем дальше. One thing to note about levels on this tier is that the number of hits on the highest reach level matter. Note about levels on this tier that the number of hits on the highest reached level matter. Paragraph, first of type. У нас есть класс параграф. Вот это победит. Это. Блин, нет. Почему? Has two hits on the first level. One class and one pseudo class, whereas rule B has only one hit on the first level. Its hit on the lower fifth level doesn't come into play. А, блин, type вообще в самом конце, точно. И псевдоэлементы, блин. Тупанул. Ладно. Additionally, on this tier of the cascade, ties can be broken within this tier. This means that if two rules have the same number of hits on their highest level, one can win by having a hit on the next level down. On this tier of the cascade, ties can be broken within this tier. Типа на этом уровне каскада ничьи могут быть сломаны внутри тира. This means that if two rules have the same number of hits on their highest level, one can win by having a hit on the next level down. Это означает, что если два правила имеют одинаковое количество типа попаданий на самый высокий уровень, то побеждает тот, который имеет дополнительное попадание на уровень ниже. Значит, type это 5 уровень, type 5 первый уровень. Тут первый уровень и второй уровень. Rules A and B both have one hit on the third level. Ну как бы третий, но первый. But rule B additionally has one hit on the fourth level. Class. Which beats rule A hit on the fifth level. third level. Position. And lastly, we descend to the fourth and final tier of the cascade, which look at the order that the rules were defined in. Rules that are defined later in linked style sheet or style text will win, given that everything else in the cascade is the same. Победит здесь Orchid. That is, hopefully this helps clear up some confusing about styles are prioritized. Next time you find yourself reaching for the big red important button, take a step back and look at where competing styles fall in cascading waterfall. Блин, прикольная статья. Так, давайте подсуммируем. We set our website using CSS, which stands for cascading style sheets. But what does cascading really mean? The CSS cascade is one of the most powerful parts of CSS, but it can also be very frustrating if not well understood. Anyone who's worked on a large enough website has complained, why won't this CSS property work? And we have all been tempted to throw an important to strong arm things into place. To save ourselves from future angst, let's take a step back and to learn of these things in real. The CSS cascade is a way our browser resolve competing CSS declaration. Every time we write a CSS declaration or rule, it will enter the CSS cascade, which will determine whether or not it will end up at the final style. The further down the cascade a declaration falls, the less likely it will end up at the final style. Let's take a look at the different tiers of the cascade. Ой. Значит, 4 уровня каскада идет. Первое – это важность. Второе – это происхождение. Третье – это спецификация. И четвертое – это позиция. В первом, ну смотри сначала на важность. В важности есть 4 уровня. Я их не понимаю, если честно. Кроме одного. Transition. Rules that apply to an active transition take the utmost importance. Animation. Rules that apply to an active animation jump up a level in the cascade. This level is where the bulk of rules live. И кто-то в чате может помочь объяснить вот это вот? Вот это я понял. Анимация. Apply to active animation. То есть, если на сайте есть какая-то анимация по типу этой, то будет придаваться третий по важности значение. So where the bulk of rules live. As you can see, this is top tier is mostly reserved to ensure our elements animated properly. As you can see, this top tier is mostly reserved to ensure our elements animated properly and to help out desperate developers. Let's apply to active transition. Ладно, давай так сделаем. Transition CSS. Also to change property values smoothly over a given duration. Below to see. This chapter will learn about the following properties. How to use to create a transition effect, you must specify two things: the CSS property you want to add an effect to, the duration of the effect. If the duration part is not specified, the transition will have no effect because the default values is 0. The following example shows the red div element. The div element has also specified transition effect for the width property with a duration of 2 seconds. Transition effect will start when specified CSS property with changes value. Now let's use specify a new value. Now let's specify a new value for the width property when the user mouse over the div element. Okay. Okay. Ага, я понял. То есть оно смотрит, если вот эти вот, если есть транзишены, если есть слезать не знаю, important, если есть анимация, ну, animation, animation. Ага. Угу, я понял. Все понятно, все понятно. Значит, он сначала смотрит на важность, потом на origin, то есть происхождение это либо веб-сайт, либо user, либо браузер. Потом оно смотрит на спецификацию. Что такое layer? Layer CSS. Сейчас вернусь. Так. CSS add rule is used to declare a cascade layer. It can also be used to define the order of precedence in the case of multiple cascade layers. Is used to declare a cascade layer. It can also be used cascade layer in percentage case. Так, layer. Warning, beware of the zombies. Module state, layer state. Warning background color brown. Text line right. Layer module. Warning text live left, background color yellow, color white. Layer name. Is the name of the cascade layer. Rules. The set of CSS rules in the cascade layer. Description. Rules. Add rules. Description rules within the cascade layer cascade together, giving more control over the cascade to web developers. Any styles not in a layer are gathered together and placed into a single anonymous layer that comes after all the declared layers, named and anonymous. This means that any styles declared outside the layer will override styles declaration in the layer regardless of specificity. Rules within a cascade layer cascade together, giving more control over the cascade to web developers. Any styles not in layer are gathered together and placed into a single anonymous layer that comes after all the declared layers, named and anonymous. This means that any styles declared outside of a layer will override styles declared in a layer, regardless of specificity. The layer at rule is used to create a cascade layer in one of three ways. The first way is to create a named cascade layer with the CSS rule for that layer inside like so. The first way is to create a named cascade layer with the CSS rules for that layer inside. Так, layer, название utilities, CSS, like so, padding SM, class padding, потом, The second way is to create a named cascade layer without assigning any styles. This can be a single layer as shown below. Multiple layers can be defined at once as shown below. This is useful because the initial order in which layers are declared indicates which layer has precedence, and with declaration, the last layer to be listed will win if declarations are found in multiple layers. Therefore, with the preceding example, if a computing rule was found in theme and utilities, therefore, with the preceding example, if a computing rule was found in theme and utilities, the one in utilities would win and be applied. A rule in utilities would be applied even if it has lower specificity than a rule in theme. This is because when the layer order has been established, specificity and order of appearance are ignored. This enables the creation of simpler CSS selectors because you do not have to ensure that a selector will have a high enough specificity to override computing rules. All you need to ensure is that it appears in a later layer. Having declared your layer's named those settings, their order, you can add CSS rule to the layer by redeclaring the name. The styles are then appended to the layer, and the layer order will not be changed. The third way is to create a cascade layer with no name. For example, this creates an anonymous cascade layer This layer function in the same way as named layers, however, rules cannot be assigned to it later. The order of precedence of anonymous layers is the order in which layers are declared. The order of precedence of anonymous layers is the order in which layers are declared, named or not, the lower than the style declared outside of a layer. Another way to create a cascade layer is by using import. In this case, the rule will be in the imported style sheet. Remember that the import at rule must precede all other types of rules, except char set and layer rules. Так. Так, получается, в этом примере главным будет state, потому что он самый последний задекларирован, правильно? Background color brown, вот он, правильно? Text align right. Этот не работает. Окей, понятно. Понятненько. Так, где я читал? Вот еще есть. Так, nesting layers. Layers may be nested. For example, to append rules to the layout layer inside framework. To append rules to the layout layer inside framework. Join two names with a. Чтобы прикрепить правила в layout layer внутри фреймворка, нужно их склеить точечкой. Formal syntax. Layer равно layer name. Style sheet. Что-то формальный синтаксис еще более непонятен. Simple example. In the following example, two CSS rules are created, one for the P element outside of any layer and one inside a layer named type for box P. Well, without layers, the selectors box P would have the highest specificity, and therefore the next hello world will display in green. Так, P color Rebecca purple. Box P будет важнее. This way, as the type layer comes before the anonymous layer created to hold non-layer content. The next will be purple. The text will be purple. Also notice the order, even though we declare the non-layer style first, it's still applied after the layer styles. Even though we declare the non-layered style first, still applied after the layer styles. Declare the non-layered style first. Короче, да, понятно. Assigning rules to existing layers. In the following example, two layers are created with no rules applied. Two layers are created with no rules applied. Then CSS rules are applied to the two layers. The base layer defines color, border, font size and padding. Так. The special layer defines a different color. A special comes last. When the layers were defined, the color it provides is used, and the text is displayed using Rebecca purple. It also all of the other rules from base still apply. Так, class item. Понятно. Потому что special идет последний, он применяется первым, поэтому он переписывает вот это вот. Поскольку больше ничего не уточняется, это тоже применяется. Понятно. С этим разобрались. С этим разобрались. Значит, layer понятно. Specificity сначала style внутри HTML в самой строке, потом идет layer по важности. Потом ID, классы, атрибуты и псевдоклассы, и только потом уже тайпы. Псевдокласс. Что такое псевдокласс? Pseudoclasses. A pseudoclass is used to define a special state of an element. For example, it can be used to style an element when you use a mouse over it, style visited and unvisited links differently, style an element with when you get focus. Ага, я понял. Окей, я понял. Псевдоклассы. Link visited hover active. P display div hover P. О, ну-ка, нужно прочитать. Syntax of pseudoclasses. Selector pseudoclass. Selector pseudoclass property value. Anchor pseudoclasses. Links can be displayed in different ways. Unvisited link, visited link, hover color, active. A node must come after a link and a visit to be effective. Active must come after значит, a hover must come after a link и a visited. Это логично. Active must come after a hover and set definition in order to be effective. Pseudo-class names are not case sensitive. Pseudo-classes and HTML classes. Pseudo-class can be combined with HTML classes. When you hover over the link in the example, it will change color. But the first link below. Так. Угу. Понятно. То есть для anchor с классом highlight при хавере мы меняем, делаем вот так вот. Окей, а почему на моем сайте так не работало? Почему на моем сайте это не работало, когда я пытался сделать? То есть, а ну-ка, а ну-ка. А ну-ка, давай попробуем. Slack HTML и найдем эту кнопочку. ID button. А ну-ка. Точнее, ID BTT. Ну, давай попробуем. BTT. Power. Color. White. О, не, сработало, лол. А чё оно не работало? Только я хочу не BTT, а я хочу, когда мы наводим на сам этот. Где это? MG контейнер. AMG конт. Мы тогда AMG конт. Точку нужно поставить. Так. Нет, перестала вообще работать. Вот так нужно. Нет, не работает. В чем прикол? Как мне сделать, чтобы наводить на кнопочку и сразу менялся текст? Вечерний. Подожди, я не туда. Блин, я дурак, я не туда смотрю. Враб BTT. Враб BTT. Нет, все равно не работает. Враб BTT. Ну как же тебе? Враб BTT. Power. Почему нельзя сделать внутри? Типа BTT. И вот так вот. Давай у чата GPT спросим. Element with a given name and the use house of an element with a class robot specifically hover over an element with a class. The selector will be changed to white. It's important to note that this cut assumes that there is HTML element with ID but a tag, the parent element in the comment without the same. То есть так можно? Нет, нельзя. Okay, how to change a color on power, not color, color when over and rapid. On this call. Power. Это так можно сделать. Вот так вот. А ну-ка. О, кайф. Прикольно. Окей, тогда на GitHub добавим make anchor white. Окей, кайф. Это можно закрыть. И это. Дальше читаем. Over in div, an example of using the hover pseudo class on a div element. Okay. Simple tooltip hover. Hover over a div element to show a p element like a tooltip. Tada, here I am. Div, hover, вот. Блин, надо будет чуть-чуть больше прочитать. Чуть дальше. И нам бы показали ответ. Так, CSS, the first child pseudo class. Ну, the first child мы уже знаем. Summary the first p element. In the following example, the selector measures any p element that is the first child of an element. Measure the first I element in all p elements. First child. Так, first child у нас body. P. Так, потом div, и в div первый p будет синий. Понятно. Measure the first I element in all p elements. In the following example, the selector measures the first I element in all p elements. The following example, the selector matches the first I element in all P elements. А ну-ка. И это италик. Угу. Match all I elements in all first child elements. The selector matches all I elements and P elements that are the first child of another element. In the following example, the selector matches all I elements in P elements that are the first child of another element. P, то есть первый P in the following example, the selector matches all I elements in P elements that are first child. То есть в каждом первом P I будет синий. Так. Первый P I должен быть синим. Да. Первый P и I синий. Все. Понятно. Here says the length pseudo class. The length pseudo class allows you to define special rules for different languages. In the following example below, lang defines the quotation marks for Q elements with lang no. In the example below, with special rules for different languages. In the example below, lang defines the quotation marks for Q elements with language no. Q, что такое Q? Q. Q, HTML. Quotation. Quotation. Все. Defines quotation mark for Q elements. Quotes. Так, для quotation марка с language no будут такие вот quotes применяться. Language no. Okay. All CSS pseudo classes active, checked, enabled link, pseudo, all CSS pseudo classes, all elements after, before, first letter. Okay. Ой, чуть не выспался сегодня. Так, это что у нас было? Animation. Псевдокласс прочитали. Changing the font family describes a few different approaches to using custom fonts. How to load and use custom fonts with this CSS. The visual identity of a website is largely dictated by two principles: design, color, typeface. In the last decades, there have been great strides in improving custom fonts for users with more preloaded fonts on devices. The ability to load custom fonts with the font face rule and the use of font hosting services. Web browsers have also implemented support for variable fonts, which are single font files from which multiple fonts can be interpolated, providing a high degree of tuning and font customization. In this tutorial, you will try out examples of loading fonts onto your website. You will use the font stack, a rank ordering of font based on availability, to use fonts that may be installed on the user's device. Then you will use a font hosting service Google Fonts to find, select, and load custom fonts onto your page. Last, you will load a self-hosted font family using the font face rule followed by self-hosted variable font. Блин, что дофига читать про фонт. У тебя тут много просто каких-то картинок. Так что, возможно, и немного читать. The concept of a font stack comes from early in the web, when there were only a few trustworthy fonts that one could install it on the majority of computers. It was often likely the font would not be available, so the font stack provided an order of fonts that the browser could attempt to find and load. In this section, you will learn the principles of a resilient font stack and what options are available for fonts on modern devices. But first, we will create example HTML to demonstrate the fonts. Begin by opening index.html in your text editor, then add following HTML to the file. Ну давай сделаем. Так, inside the head tag, the first meta tag defines a character set for the HTML file. The second meta tag defines how mobile devices should render the page. Next, the tag gives the page its title. Finally, the link tag references the CSS file you will use later to create the style for the page. Next, inside the body tag, add the content of the page. This content is known as fill content from AppK ipsum, and it provides the text to appear like content without actually saying anything. The filler content is highlighted in the following code block. You will encounter this highlighting method throughout the tutorial as code is added and changed. Так, вставляем. The free content contains a number of elements that are used to provide different font styles. The strong tag will by default make it bold, and EM tag will italicize its content, and the heading tag will increase the font size and bold their content. Next, return to your text editor and create the style CSS in the file. Tag is так, так, body. Давайте посмотрим, что вообще мы делаем. Угу. Body margin, background color, line height, content width, max width calculate. Так, margin main, margin bottom. Что такое main? Main. Ага. Header. Где у нас header? Вот header. Sweet muffin. Окей, div class. Где у нас... Угу, понятно. Header p color. Header параграф. Где у нас? Header и параграф Smith muffin. Почему он не розовый? Окей, пофиг. There were visual styles. Лол, а почему он у меня так не отображается? А, потому что у них styles, а не style. Во, лол. Ладно. Create the overall visual style of the page. The header has a purple background with the H1 and the P inside being a little purple. The main and content with selectors create the layout of the page. The main and content with. Так, понял, вот это content with, правильно? Header, а не вот это. Header, content with. Если вернем. Так. Так. And the body and heading selectors provide several typographic styles by setting the line height, color, and margin values. Save your change to style CSS and open tag by dragging it to the window. The browser will tag the text on the index.html file using your browser will be using the browser local default font. Font in most cases this will be a serif font like Times New Roman. The most performant way to customize fonts is to use fonts already on the end user computer. Using local fonts relieves the browser of downloading and processing sizable files. Today there are often several dozen local fonts to choose from. These are known as system fonts. Both Microsoft and Apple keep an updated list of the fonts that come with their systems. They begin using pre-installed system fonts. return to style into your text editor in the body selector and font family property, and make it value a comma-separated list of fonts known as the font stack. Font family PT Sans, Calibri, Tahoma. Вставляем. Смотрим. Ничего не поменялось. The browser will secretly attempt to load the local fonts and the font stack until it is successful. For this font stack, the first font to attend is PT Sans, which is a clause because it multiply a multi-word font name. PT Sans font is a font from Paratype that comes pre-installed on the Apple operating system and is also available for free from Google Fonts. The next font is Calibri, followed by another comma. The Homa Calibri is from the Microsoft that comes to the from. Okay, the final font is generic namespace value sans serif. If none of the previous three fonts are viable, then the browser will use the browser's default sans serif font, such as. О, прикольно. И все, теперь понятно, что это значит. Save your changes to style CSS and then refresh index.html in your browser. The operating system and install fonts will determine which one is rendered and how it rendered. The following images show how PT Sans appears at the font when loaded in Firefox. PT Sans симпатичный этот шрифт. Хотя тут не очень, а тут прикольно выглядит. A font family consists of all the weight and style variations of a given font. Families can include many additional weight and styles that change how thin, thick, and slanted a font will display. The font style property determines the slant of the font. The value is most commonly italic. However, some fonts support the oblique value. Что такое oblique value? Which accepts the optional degree value to indicate the steepness of the slant. Блин, забыл, только в шопере наклонный. Да хватит. Так, normal oblique. Конечно, ничего не меняет. Это что у нас было? Что это такое? Спецификация. Ладно, пока не будем. Так, окей. The font weight property has two defined named values of normal and bold, but the most versatile and predictable manner to determine this value is to use a weight number. The weight number values are commonly defined in kilograms, the thin weight and 900 being a thick weight. If the browser cannot find a font corresponding to the specified weight, it will find the closest available size. To set some new base font styling for this page, throughout the tutorial, return to style CSS in your text editor, then create an element selector for each of the HTTP elements. Then create an element selector for each. Это уже есть. Inside each selector, add the highlighted CSS from the following code block to increase the font size and emphasize the heading. Что это оно сделало? Окей. The H1 here is set to a font size of 3 RAM, which equivalent to 48 pixels, with a thin font 8 weight of 100. Then H2 set font size, weight, font size, italic. Ага, это понятно. So the changes to style and then return to the browser and refresh in HTML. The overall text size has bumped up with the heading styles gaining more distinction from one another. The following shows how this will appear in the browser. Так, in this section you used the fonts tag to load a series of possible fonts on the page in ranking order. Also learn about the possible variations of font family with the font weight and font style. Properties is the next section. You will use так. You also learned about the possible variations of a font family. With a font weight and font style. In the next section, you will use a font from a font hosting service. Finding and loading a font file from a hosted service. Блин, как же глаза болят, это просто нереально. Ой, блин. Хоть не красный. Немного красный. Так, finding and loading a font file from a hosted service. Hosted font servers are a popular and effective way to find finding and providing custom fonts to a website. Services such as Google Fonts, Adobe Fonts, and typography.com provide a large library of high-quality fonts that the client will temporarily download when viewing your page. This means that you no longer have to worry about which fonts are on the client's system. For each font hosting service has its own process for loading fonts, and in many cases there is an associated cost. In this section you will find and load fonts from Google's service. It hosts open source and limited license fonts free of charge. To begin, open fonts.google.com. Открываем. Search for the font named Open Sans. In the search bar at the top of the page, the search result will list the matching term, which is a link taking you to the Google Fonts Open Sans page. On this page, there is a list of several font sizes. Note, each font weight and font style will need to be selected based on need instead of selecting them all. More fonts selected means more fonts need to be downloaded, thus increasing the website load time. It is important to only load the font weight and style that are used in your design. Ну. Так, дальше что? При design select light bold, add the following image display. Так, light 300. Так, light 300, 300, 400, 400, 700, 700. Так, 2 по 300, 2 по 400, 2 по 700, 2 по 300, 2 по 400. Бля, тут оказывается больше значений. Select regular или italic. Medium. Select bold. Bold и bold italic. Так, ну это чисто стандарт. Зачем было вот это вписывать, если оно по стандарту так стоит? Next, copy the link text necessary to load the file from the Google Font service. To do that, select the link options instead of the import option as a way to load the file in the Google Fonts interface. Copy the series of link text presented, then return to index.html. In your text editor, go inside the header element. After the link tag loading, paste the link text from Google Fonts. Highlight HTML. The font code, да. Не понял. А где эта кнопка? Не понял, где кнопку скачать? И она его скачала. Чуть не понял, где кнопка? Так, next, copy the link text necessary to load. Browse fonts. Load the Google font interface, copy the series. Then return. Что за бред? On this page there are a list of several font styles. Each one of these font weight and style combination is a unique font that file that the browser will download. Так, the following image display how this selection will look. Блять, это так нужно было выбрать, оказывается. Select. Окей, вставляем. Так, go inside the head element tag after the link tag. Link. Так, оно же все? Да. Что это такое? Ref. Так, раз, два, три. 103. The first two links elements perform a task called pre-connect, which tell the browser prioritize and external web connection. In turn, these two links elements prepare the browser to load the CSS file and font files from a third link as soon as possible. So prepare the browser to load the CSS file and font files from the third link as soon as possible. Now that the font is ready for the browser to load, it is on the page. Next, you need to apply the font styling so text is rendered with that font. Save your changes to then return to in your text editor. In your body selector, a family property, prepend the value with the font name Open Sans, quotes before the tag, font followed by comma. The highlighted CSS following code block shows where the new font is placed in the new stack. Adding Open Sans to the beginning of the font stack, the browser will fall back to the next available local. Paying Since the beginning of the task, the browser will fall back to the next available local font in the browser. Is enabled to load the files from Google. It's about to always have the font stack of at least two, with the last font is stack being sans serif font back. Save your changes to the open email browser. The next will now render using the text field. Давай посмотрим. This section you loaded font family from Google Fonts. You learned how each font weight and style is different. File loaded from the service, and that the number of loaded variations can impact site performance. In the next section, you will load the fonts by writing your own font face rule to populate self-hosted font files. Nice. Много еще. Сейчас в туалет схожу. Так. Self-hosted fonts are fonts files that common reason to consider self-hosting your font files is when you want to use the font that is not provided by hosting servers. When self-hosting, there is more control over how the font is related to one another and what they're unnamed, which you can set via the definition of the font face rules. In this section, you will write your own font face rules and load the family of fonts onto your web page. For this section, you will need to download the example. You can download this through your browser or the following curl command. Что она сделала? Что она делает? Вот example. Тогда так скачаем. Нет, не скачаем. Может, нужно через этот командную строку? Нет, так тоже не работает. Next open. Так, once you have downloaded the file, take containing the zip file in one place in the same directory as. Yes. Все сделал. Так, in your text instance, you will be loading a local font from the zip. You can remove the Google font code in this section. You'll be loading the font files from your existing style CSS file. Make sure the content of your head element are set up like the following code block. So if you add this to an open style CSS in your text editor, you can use the font face rule to load the custom font on the web page. The history of loading custom fonts has led to a compound method to support the widest number of browsers. Like other add rules like media or support, the font face rule has no additional arguments. Within the rule block, only a set number of properties are accepted. The most important is font family, which describes the name the browser will use to reference and load the appropriate font files. Then the source property references the location of the font files in order to support versions of Internet Explorer prior to version 10. This property unnecessary with the first only referencing the format. The second source property Так, font family file sans source. Так. The most important is font family, which describes the name the browser will use to reference and load the appropriate font files. Then the source property references the location of the font files. Uh, then the source property references the location of the font files in order to support versions of Internet Explorer prior to version 9. Two source properties are necessary. Что за бред? Necessary the first only referencing the EOT font file format. The second source property will then be a comma-separated list of fonts file formats. The browser version will select the appropriate format that is supported. To begin using the font face rule, open Style CSS in your text area at the top of the file before the body selector. Create the following font face rule. To begin using the font face, open Style at the top of the file before the body selector. Before the body selector. Inside this rule, you have added font family property with the value of Vera Sans in quotes. In this code is defined an overall font family. Only one font name should be used. The comma-separated list in font formats for source is two-parted. The first is the URL that, like a background image property, provides the path to the file format on the server. Then the format explains what type of file is being referenced. The first is the URL that, like a background image property, provides the path to the file format on the server. Then the format, be it open type, explains what type of file is being referenced, allowing the browser to select the supported format. The Vera folder inside the fonts folder contains 4 folders with specific file formats of the Vera Sans font. EOT stands for Encapsulated Open Type, a format Microsoft developed for Internet Explorer to load custom fonts. TTF stands for True Type Font, and is an older font format that wasn't originally developed for the web. The WoW and WoW2 format stands for Web Open Font Formats, with the 2 signifying the second version of the format. The majority of modern browsers support TTF, WoW and WoW2 of WoW2 equally. To create a font face rule that covers the most possible browser formats, you provided multiple sources for your font. The EOT is referenced in both source properties because version 9 and later of Internet Explorer use the comma-separated format instead. Now that you have the font face rule for Vera Sans created, go to the font family. Have the font face rule for Vera Sans created. Font face rule for Vera Sans created. Go to the font family property in the body selector. In the value for the font family, replace Open Sans with Vera Sans. Заменяем. Так, и смотрим. Не то. Хоть что-то меняет. Что она сделала? Так. To use the self-host new page, declare proportion of the following code block demonstrating this change, even though the fonts are being loaded from the same place as the style CSS index.html file. It's important to keep a font stack of alternates. There are numerous known reasons a self-hosted font may not load, and if the browser runs into an issue, sufficient backup helps to maintain a similar aesthetic for your site. Save your changes to style CSS and moment in the web browser. Notice that the bold and italic versions of the font do not look quite right. This is because the font face rule only the regular font weight and style files were loaded and used. When the browser needs to apply a bold weight or italic style to a font, but lacks to appropriate font file, the browser creates the needed variation. This altered form of a font is known as a faux, faux bold, and faux italic. Faux bold is created by adding a stroke to the font, which often creates a wider spacing between characters that could interfere with your intended layout. Faux italic is created by slanting the font, which often does not use space, as well as true italic would. The following image shows how the faux bold, italic, and bold italic styles appear in the browser. Faux bold, faux italic. In order to provide the browser with the appropriate variations of font family, more details need to provide in the font face rule. To provide the browser with the appropriate In order to provide the browser with the appropriate variation of font family. Так, перечитаю это, потому что чуть не запомнил ничего. Так, что notice this is because in the font face rule only the regular font weight and style files were loaded to use. When the browser needs to apply a bold weight or italic style to a font, but lacks to appropriate font file, the browser creates the needed variation. This altered form of font is known as a faux bold and faux italic. Faux bold is created by adding a stroke to the font. Stroke. To the font, which one creates a wider spacing between characters that could interfere вмешиваться with your intended layout. Font italic is created by slanting the font, which often does not use space as well as the true italic would. In order to provide the browser with appropriate variation of font family, more details need to be provided in the font face rule, and you need to create more rules to load additional variation files. Return to так. Чтобы обеспечить браузер с правильными вариантами font families, нужно указать больше деталей в font face. And you need to и нужно создать правила, чтобы загружать дополнительные вариации файлов. In your text editor, in the font face rule, add a font weight and the font style property after the second source property. So in the font face rule, add font weight and font style normal. Давай добавим. Here you set the value for both properties to normal. For the font weight, the normal value is equivalent to the 400 numerical weight values. These properties tell the browser to apply the font's files for normal variation. Thus, the Firasan's regular font file will be used when the next these properties tell the browser to apply these font files for normal variations. Таким образом, the Firefox regular font file will be used when the text needs to be a normal weight and style. Next, to provide the variation. А ну-ка. Это так сделать лучше. И вот так, чтобы сразу видеть, что мы меняем. Next, to provide the variations needed to correct the for bold and for italic. Так, забыл, как оно переводится. Искусственный. Add more. Так, to provide the variation needed to correct the for bold and for italic, add more font face rules to reference each font weight and font style combination. Next, to provide the variation needed to correct the for bold and for italic, add more font face rules to reference each font weight and font style combinations. Дальше, чтобы обеспечить вариативность, которая нужна, чтобы скорректировать for bold и for italic, добавьте больше font face правил, чтобы ссылаться to reference each font weight and font style combination. Чтобы ссылаться на каждую комбинацию font weight и font style. Я что-то уже не понимаю, что мы делаем. What's the value? For the font weight, the normal value is equivalent. Что если мы это уберем? Что поменялось? Что не поменялось? Ёлки-палки. Ой. Next, to provide the variation needed to correct font face Firasan's. То есть для font weight и font style будет использоваться вот это вот. Для font weight normal и font style italic будет вот это использоваться, правильно? То блин. Меняется. Реально меняется. As more variations are added, it is helpful to add comments to more easily define the group of weight of a group of font weights. You therefore added a CSS comment about the first font face rule, then below the first rule you created 3 more font face rules for the italic, bold, and bold italic variations of the font. Save these updates to a CSS file, then refresh index.html in the browser. Your browser is now loading all the variations of the font family provided. Your browser is now loading all the variations of the font family provided. The following image cases the difference between the 4 and 2 versions of bold italic and bold italic. The true bold is much thicker than the browser's 4 bold, and the text is closer together, accounting for the thicker font strokes. The true italic is more noticeable when comparing to the lowercase a character. In the word italic, the font changes the style of the A character when italic. Additionally, the slant of the true italic is a lesser degree than the browser's 4 italic. Next, there are a few more fonts variation to load, since the heading elements use thinner weight versions of Fira Sans. Окей, давай добавим. Fira Sans Bold. Fira Sans Light, Fira Sans Thin. Да блин. Ну-ка. Действительно меняет. Казалось бы. Бля, что я нажал? Так. These new rules load the thin and the light variations of Fira Sans mapped to the 100 and 200 font weight values. Fira. И вот. Да. Тут есть light, thin, light, тут bold. Да, for the events respectively, since there are not word values for these sizes, you change the values for the regular and bold font weight properties to their numeric values. Save these changes to style CSS and return to your browser and refresh index.html. The heading elements you. In this section, you loaded self-hosted font files with font face rules. You'll learn how for bold and italic can impact the visual representation of font and how to link many fonts together with a common font family values. In the last section, you will use a variable font, which allows for many variation which allows for many variations sourced from a single font family. Okay. Working with variable fonts. Работа с переменными шрифтами. Окей. Uh, Variable fonts are a relatively new addition to the options of web typography, where in the previous section each font weight and style had to be loaded from a individual file. Variable fonts contain information in a single file from which many variations can be calculated. Variable fonts can increase performance as well as providing much more design possibilities than before. In this section, we'll load a variable font using a font face rule and tweak the display of the font to find the right variation. Variable fonts are a relatively new addition to the option of web typography, where in the previous sections each font weight and style had to be loaded from an individual file. Variable fonts contain information in a single file from which many variations can be calculated. То есть вариативные фонты сохраняются, все эти настройки сохраняются в одном файле. И автоматически они там сами рассчитываются. Variable fonts can increase performance as well as providing much more design possibilities than before. In this section, you will load a variable font using the font face rule and tweak the display of the font to find the right variation. To begin working with variable font, open Style CSS in your text editor. First, remove all the font face rules from the previous section and replace them with the following rule. Font family railway source. Чё? У нас уже такое есть. Fonts. Да, вот railway. О, прикол. This file is displayed in the because it is a binary or use and... Не, тогда не открывай, чё. Ты закрой. Так, значит мы это все удаляем. И вставляем новое. A variable font structure looks the same as a standard font face rule. You first declare a font family name, then supply a list of source values. Although often with variable fonts only one format is necessary. Привет, Q на Луну. Учим, как работать с шрифтами. Конкретно, типа как загружать шрифты. Сначала нам показали, как загружать шрифты с сервера, допустим, вот этого Google Fonts. Потом показали нам, как скачивать шрифты на свой компьютер и вставлять их в файл и из папки, вот, где нужно было указывать для каждого вида шрифта типа путь свой и свои параметры. И сейчас нам покажут, как делать то же самое, но с помощью вариативных шрифтов, где уже все параметры шрифта вписаны в один файл, и не нужно будет под каждый вид, типа там italic, normal или bold, вписывать отдельные пути. То есть все сразу в одном файле вписано. Variable, так, это я уже прочитал. A variable font structure looks the same as a standard font face rule. You first declare font family names and supply a list of source values. Also often with variable fonts only one format is necessary. So it looks the same. Так, декларируем название source. Often with only one format is necessary. И только один формат. Nice. The font style property was set to normal for this font. The difference comes with the font weight values instead of defining a single value. The difference comes with this font weight. The difference comes with the font weight value instead of defining a single value. A range is written with the thinnest weight followed by the thickness weight. By defining this range, the browser can prepare for the possible variation calculation that will occur. Here you set the font face rule for railway with the font weight range. Так. Here you set the font face rule for railway with the font weight. Я так понимаю, тут опечатка. Next, you will need to establish railway in the font stack. Remove stick since the name railway does not contain any spaces. Это понятно. Так, меняем. Так. Это так, это так, окей. To set the italic version of the railway variable font, return to style CSS in your text editor. Below the first font face rule, create a new rule set. Так, это мы типа для нормала сделали. Это для италика. А ну-ка. Так, смотрим, где у нас италик здесь. Вот. Угу. Оно чуть-чуть, угол чуть-чуть меньше стал. Так, this has changed. Revel woof. Италик woof. Так, has changed its font file name from woof to Rev Italic, and the font style value is now italic. Save your changes to style CSS and refresh the page in your browser. Так, окей, понятно. The advantage of using variable fonts is that any whole numerical values defined in the font weight range is available. While standard font weight increments by values of 100, variables font weights can increment by values as low as 1. This provides a method to fine-tune the visual design of the font in the way it's not possible before. Is that any whole numerical value defined the font weight range is available. Окей, понятно. To use the weight values from the range, return to style and make following changes. H1 H1 350 570 450 и вот это добавить. Проверяем. Угу. Лучше стало. Так, for the H1 selector, you change the font weight value. Be sure to save your changes. О, наконец-то, конец. This following section you loaded and used the variable font on your web page. Much more variation can come from one or more or two variable fonts. In this section you loaded and used a variable font on your web page. Much more variation can come from one or two variable fonts and a dozen standard fonts. You also learn how to adjust the variable font to find the right variation to your design needs to a degree unlike before. Fonts are key component to the visual aesthetics of a design. They're highly sought after assets that help one website stand out from another. Throughout this tutorial, you learn the main ways fonts can be used on a website. You use local fonts and font stack to browse which fonts are loading. Then you use the font hosting service to effectively load the font ocean. Then next you step out your own series of font face rules and created your own family of self-hosted fonts. Lastly, you build on what you learned loading your own fonts to use variable font and try out the versatility and performance they provide. Remember that it's important to always have fallback fonts in the font stack regardless of this font is local from a hosting service or self-hosted because the font may not load. Nice, блин, наконец-то дочитали эту статью. CSS specificity goes over how you can calculate the specificity of rules. This page mentions some selectors that we will go over in a later lesson, so don't worry about what they are or how to use them right now. Ой, блин. Так, тут хоть немного читать. Is there two or more CSS rules that points to the same element as a selector with a high specificity value rule 1, and its style declaration will be applied to that HTML element? Так, think of specificity as a score rank that determines which style declaration is ultimately applied to an element. Look at the following examples. In this example, we have used the P element as a selector, color red, and specified the red color for. Так, now look at the example. In this example, we have added a class selector named test. Так, specify green colors because the text will now be green, even though it's, no, because selector. Ну это да, это мы уже знаем. This will have added selector named demo. The text will now be blue because ID selector. Это мы тоже знаем. This time we have added an inline style for the P element. Так. In this example, we have added an inline style element. The text now be pink. Да, это мы тоже знаем. Specificity hierarchy. Every selector has its place in the specificity hierarchy. There are 4 categories which defines the specificity level of a selector: inline style, IDs, classes, pseudo-classes, attribute selectors. Example test, hover, attribute selector, elements and pseudo-elements. How to calculate specificity. Memorize how to calculate specificity. Start at 0, at 100 for each ID value, at 10 for each class value, or pseudo class or attribute selector, add one for each element selector or pseudo element. Чё се? Так, добавлять 100 за ID, 10 за класс, ну или псевдокласс, или атрибут, и 1 за элементы. Так, inline style gets a specificity value of 1000 and is always given the highest priority. There is one exception in this rule. If you use the important rule, it will even override inline styles. The table below shows some examples on how to calculate specificity values. Так, P1, P-тест, значит 1 плюс 10, да, 1 плюс 100, 1000 будет, демо будет 100 тест 10, 1 21, значит 201 и 0. Now the selector with the highest specificity value will win and take effect. Consider these 3 cut fragments. Example A. The selector with the highest specificity value will win and take effect. Consider these 3 code fragments. H1 content is specificity is 1. Да, H1 content будет 101, и это будет 1000. Since the third rule C has the highest specificity value, the style declaration will be applied. Equal specificity. The latest rule wins. If the same rule is written twice into the external style sheet, then the latest rule wins. Это мы тоже знаем. ID selectors have a higher specificity than attribute selectors. Look at the following 3 code lines. Background color green. The first rule is more specific than the other two and will therefore be applied. The first rule. Lol. Ага. Да, все правильно. Contextual selectors are more specific than a single element selector. The embedded style sheet. Постоянно забываю слово встроенный. Embedded. Style sheet is closer to the element to be styled. Style sheet is closer to the element to be styled. So in the following situation, from external CSS file, the latter rule will be applied. Так, contextual selectors are more specific than a single element selector. The embedded style sheet is closer to the element. So in the form, контекстуальные селекторы более специфичны, чем одиночный элемент селектор. Contextual selectors and a single element selector. Бляха, что такое contextual selectors? Я уже запутался. These selectors measures when an element is let's contextual selector. In this article, a selector is defined as a selector which considers the context where the style is to be applied. In this simple words, the specified style is applied to an element only if the element is in the specified context. defined as a parent-child relationship between different parts of the document. The contextual selector is made up of two or more simple selectors separated by a white space. Class any type ID selector is considered as a simple selector. Contextual selector is made up of two or more simple selectors. Все, я вспомнил. Контекстуальный. More specific than a single. Да. Sheet is closer to the element to be styled. The later rule will be applied. Да, все, я понял. A class selector beats any number of element selectors. Class selector beats any any number of element selectors. A class selector beats any number of element selectors. A class selector such as intro beats понятно. The universal selector and inherited values have a specificity of 0. The universal selector and inherited values are ignored. Понятно. Mozilla CSS properties preference can be used to learn if a particular CSS property is inherited or not. Simply look for the inherited field inside the formal definition section. Here's an example for the CSS color property. Что это? Mozilla CSS properties reference can be used to learn if a particular CSS property is inherited or not. Simply look for the inherited field. Simply look for the inherited field inside the formal definition section. Formal definition section. Чё? Какой formal definition? Чё вы мне втираете? Formal definition setting. Так, это properties. Can be used to learn if a particular CSS property is inherited. Может быть использован, чтобы выучить или какой-то конкретный CSS, ну, property. Ну и так понятно, что такое property. Свойство унаследовано или нет. Просто посмотри for the inherited field. Просто посмотри на поле унаследованных inside the formal definition. Formal. Нету такого. Не, есть. Initial value. Rated no. Блин, все, понятно. The color CSS property set. No. Formal definition. Inherited, yes. In CSS inheritance controls, what happens when no value is specified for a property on an element. Okay, CSS properties can be categorized in two types. In two types. Can be inherited properties, which by default are set to the computed values of parent element. Non-inherited properties, which by default are set to initial values of the property. Refer to any CSS property definition to see whether a specific property inherits by default. To any CSS property. Бля, что-то я уже устал, уже немного голова кипит читать уже 3 часа подряд. Так, when no value for an inherited property has been specified on an element, the element gets the computed value of that property on its parent element. Only the root element of the document gets the initial value given in the property's summary. A typical example of an inherited property is the color property. Consider the following style rules and the markup. This paragraph has the word emphasize text will appear green since EM element has inherited the value. Все, я понял. Element does not get the initial value of the property, which is the color that is used for the root element when the page specifies no color. When no values for a non-inherited property has been specified on an element, the element gets the initial value of that property as specified in the property's summary. A typical example of a non-inherited property is a border property. Consider the following style rules and the markup. The words emphasize text will not have another border since the initial value is none. The inherit keyword allows author to explicitly specify inheritance. It works on both inherited and non-inherited properties. You can control inheritance for all properties at once using all you can control inheritance for all properties at once using the all shorthand property, which applies its value to all properties. For example, all revert font size 200, font weight. This reverts the style of the paragraph's font's property to the user agent's default. This reverts the style of the paragraph's font property to user agent's default unless a user style should exist, in which case that is used instead. This doubles the font size and applies a font weight of bold. Overriding inheritance an example. Using our previous example with border, if explicitly set the inheritance with using our example with border, if we explicitly set the inheritance with inherit, we get the following. border medium solid, EM border inherit. We can see here another border around the... Так, тогда я не понял, что это значит. Ты можешь контролировать наследственность для всех настроек, параметров, характеристик разом, используя all характеристику, которая applies its value to all property, которая применяет свое value всем параметрам. The reverts, это теперь оборачивать the style of the paragraphs font, стиль шрифта параграфа в пользовательский дефолтный, пока пользователь unless a user style sheet exists, пока пользовательский style sheet существует. In which case this instead it used instead. Я ничего не понял. Так, the all short property resets all of an element's properties except Unicode BD direction. You can set properties to their initial or inherited values or to the value specified in another cascade layer or style sheet. All initial inherit. The all property is specified as one of the CSS global keyword values. Note that none of these values specify that all the elements properties should be changed to their initial value. All the elements properties. Все, я понял. Specifies that all the elements properties should be changed to their inherited values. And says specify that all elements properties should be changed to their inherited values if they inherit by default or to their initial values or not. Specify behavior that depends on the style sheet origin to which the declaration belongs. If the rule belongs to the author origin, the revert value roll back the cascade to the user level, so that the specified values are calculated as if no outer level rules were specified for the elements. For purpose of revert, the outer origin includes the override and animation origin. If the rule belongs to the user origin, the revert value rocks back the cascade to the user agent level so that the specified values are calculated. If the rule belongs to the user origin, the revert value rolls back the cascade to the user agent level so that specified values are calculated if there is no after level or used level rules were specified. А, м. Так, ботс, ботс, бот. То есть, короче, оно просто возвращает все значения в какую-то стандартную позицию, правильно? The rule belongs to the user origin. Или что такое user origin? Uh, in most browsers, the user or reader of the website can choose to override style using custom user style sheet designed to tailor the experience that the user wishes, depending on the user agent. Use styles can be configured directly or added via browser extensions. The rule belongs to the revert value automatically cascade to the user agent level. User это типа to user типа агент это типа браузер, правильно? Блин, кто-то жарит картошку. Аж сюда пахнет, блин. The rule belongs to the user origin. Понятно. Это понятно. Values and units can be used to learn the various types of values possible in absolute or relative terms. Ой, бля. Centimeters, millimeters, quarter millimeters, inches, picas, points, pixels. Um, один сантиметр, 37,8 пикселей. Миллиметр, квартер миллиметр, 1/40 сантиметра, 2,5. Ну, читаем, что учим, что делать. Может, здесь меньше будет? Values and units. Значение. Браузер, документ. Нет, может где-то здесь будет. Ай, так, values and units. Наверное, юниты? Нет. Values. Units. Pix, M, RM и другие. Блин, я это уже читал. О, тут прям про все рассказывают. Надо сделать перерыв. Давайте, перерыв на покушать. Пойду нагрею еду, поедим и посмотрим. Я, оказывается, пропустил. Блин. Пропустил Сындука за 2008 год. Посмотрим Сындука немного. Все. Булгур, тушеная курица с овощами. Всем приятного аппетита, кто ест. Так, тут я уже немного посмотрел. Это посмотрел. Я помню, в детстве у нас телеканал ТЭД был. По нем показывали вечером Гарфилда. И его показывали после окон с Нагиевым. И тогда я не знал, в какое время конкретно начинается этот Гарфилд. И мне приходилось смотреть окна, чтобы не пропустить Гарфилда. Это травмирующий опыт.
Секса? Ну, Бритни Спирс это жестко. Ничего себе. На самом деле сейчас уже сложно представить более подходящего актера, чем Дауни-младший для этой роли. Он так в нее органично вписывается. Кто? Все, возвращаемся к учебе. Так, чаек, печенька. Включаем музыку. И читаем. Prerequisites. Prerequisites. Talking about different types of values and units uses CSS properties. What is CSS values? CSS specification and on property pages here on MDN, you'll be able to spot values types. They will be surrounded by angle brackets. Will be values types such as a color or length. When you see the valid type color as valid for a particular property, it means you can use any valid color as a value for that property as listed on the color reference page. Note, you will also see CSS value types referred to as data types. Also see CSS value types referred to as data types. The terms are basically interchangeable. You also see CSS value types referred to as data types. The terms are basically interchangeable. When you see something in CSS referred to as the data type, it's really just a fancy way of saying value type. This value refers to a particular expression supported by a value type that you choose to use. Note, yes, CSS value types tend to be denoted using angle brackets. Yes, CSS value types tend to be denoted using angle brackets to differentiate them from CSS properties. The color property versus the color. Опа, подожди, а что это? Я... CSS.py. CSS value types using angle brackets to differentiate them from CSS properties. Что такое data type тогда? You might get confused between CSS data type and HTML elements too, as they both use angle brackets, but this is unlikely. They're used in very different contexts. In the following example, we have that the color of our heading using a keyword, and the background using the RGB function. A value type in CSS is the way to define a collection of allowable values. A different collection of values. This means that if you see color as valid, you don't need to wonder which of the different types of color values can be used. Keywords, hex values, RGB functions, etc. You can use any available color values, assuming that they are supported by your browser. The page on the browser support, for example, if you look at the page for color, you will see that the browser compatibility section lists different types of color values and support for them. You will see that the browser compatibility. А где посмотреть? The page for each value will give you information about browser support. For example, if you look at the page for color, this. Где поисковик? Вот. Ладно. Let's have a look at some of the types of values and units you may frequently encounter. Was number, length, and percentages. There are various numeric values types that you might find yourself using in CSS. The following are all classed as a numeric integer. An integer is a whole number, such as number represents a decimal number. It may or may not have a decimal point with a fractional component. For example, it may or may not have a decimal point with a fractional component. Fractional, дробная составляющая. Dimension is a number with a unit attached to it. For example, a dimension is a number. Decimal number. It may or may not have a decimal point with a fractional component. Or dimensions is an umbrella category that includes the length, angel, time, and resolution times and percentages. Percentage represents a fraction of some other value. For example, percent value always relative to another quantity. For example, element's length is relative to its parent element's length. For example, an element's length relative to parent element's length. Length. The numeric type you will come across most frequently is length. For example,
There are two types of lengths used in CSS, relative and absolute. It is important to know that difference in order to understand how big things will become. Absolute length units. The following are all absolute length units. They are not relative to anything else and are generally considered to always be the same size. The following are all absolute length units. Absolute length units, they are not relative to anything else and are generally considered to always be the same size. Это понятно. Но это вот это вот не используют. Используют только пиксели. CSS. Most of these units are more useful when used for print. More useful when used for print rather than screen output. For example, we don't typically use centimeters or screen. The only values that you commonly use is pixels. The relative length unit. Relative length units are relative to something else, perhaps the size of the parent element's font. Perhaps the size of the parent element font, or the size of the viewport. The benefit of using relative units is that with some careful planning you can make it so the size of text or other element scales relative to everything else on the page. Some of the most useful units for web developer are listed in the table below. EM. Font size of the parent is in the case of typographic in the case of typographical. Я надеюсь, правильно прочитал. Правильно. In the case of typographical properties like font size of the parent, in the case of typographical properties like font size, and font size of the element itself, in the case of other properties like width. Font size of the parent, in the case of typographical properties like relative to font size of the parent. Relative font size of the parent in case of typographical properties like font size, and font size of the element itself in the case of other properties like width. EX relative to X height of the element's font. CH the advanced measure width of the glyph 0 of the element's font. Fonts relative to font size of the root element. LH line height of the element. Line height of the element. Line height of the element. Блин, надеюсь, будут какие-то примеры. RLH line height of the root element. When you use it on the font size, on the font size or line height properties on the root element, it refers to the property's initial value. No, это viewport width. The viewport width. VH relative to of height. We mean relative to 1% of the viewport's smaller dimension. That's a larger dimension. VB. Relative to 1% of the size of the initial containing block in the direction of the root element's block axis. Logical properties The values is a model of CSS interaction logical properties and values that provide the ability to control route through logical rather than physical direction and dimension mappings. The model also defines logical properties and values for properties previously defined in CSS. Logical properties define direction relative equivalence of their corresponding physical properties. Block with inline logical properties and values use the abstract terms block and inline to describe the direction in which they flow. The physical meaning of this term depends on the writing model. Dimension perpendicular to the flow of the text within the line. The vertical dimension is horizontal writing model. And the horizontal dimension is the vertical writing model. For standard English text, it is a vertical dimension. The dimension parallel to the flow of the text within a line. The horizontal dimensions, horizontal writing models, and the vertical dimensions, vertical writing model. For standard English text, it is a horizontal dimension. Set initial containing block. The size of initial containing block in the direction of the root elements. Of the small viewports width and height respectively, of the large dynamic viewport weights. Окей, тут будут примеры, думаю, станет понятнее. Так, exploring an example. In this example below, you can see how some relative and absolute length units behave. The first block has a width set in pixels. As an absolute unit, this width will remain the same no matter what else changes. The second box has a width set in viewport width units. The value is relative to the viewport width, and so 10 viewport width is 10% of the width of the viewport. If you change the width of your browser window, the size of the box should change. However, this example is embedded into the page using iframe, so this won't work. To see this in action, we'll have to try the example after opening it in its own browser tab. I'm EM. Что такое EM? Я не помню, что такое EM. Но зато что такое EM. Font size of the parent, in this case, differential, and font size of an in the case of the other properties like width. Okay. Так, the third block uses EM units. These are relative to the font size. I've seen a font size of 1 EM on the containing div. The third box uses EM units. The third box uses EM units. These are relative to the font size. I've set font size. Oh, привет, Mimble. Так, I've set, как пример у меня в проекте, 90% viewport width. Давай заценим. body, например. Border width. У 99% элемента в размере. Мгм. Размеры. Ну, допустим, у этого элемента какие размеры? Точно не то, что ты назвал, правильно? Div day. А нет, тоже. Viewport width. Div day. А хотя нет, вот получается. Ну, Хорошо. Если вот у тебя стоит вот это вот блока, viewport, типа 20% от viewport, от ширины видимого экрана. Почему он тогда, не меняется? Почему ему по барабану? Если body ID root, потому что есть такое замечательное свойство min width. Окей, я понял. Это тогда прикольно, да. Да, вот оно. Прикольно. Так. Так. This is relative to the font size since font size of 1 em on the containing div, which has a class of wrapper. Change this value to em and you will see that the font size of all elements increased, but only the last item will get wider. As its width is relative to the font size. After following the instruction about, try playing with the values in other ways and see what you get. Давай попробуем. 10 em, если 1 em. 10, 100. Div class box. Box. Так. Box em. Font wrapper. Font size 1 em. Так. The search box uses EM units. These are relative to the font size. The search box uses EM units. These are relative to the font size. I've set a font size of 1 EM. This is relative to the font size. I've set a font size of 1 EM. On the containing div. Which has a class of wrapper. Change this value to, and you will see that the font size of all elements increases. Точку 5. Так. These are both use EM units. These are relative to the font size. I've set a font size of 1 EM on the containing div. This has a class of wrapper. Changing this value to EM, and you will see that this font size of all the elements increases, but only the last item will get wider, as its width is relative to the font size. EMs and REMs. EM and REM are the two relative lengths you are likely to encounter most frequently when sizing anything from boxes to text. It's worth understanding how these work, and the difference between them, especially when you start getting onto more complex subjects like styling text or CSS layout. The below example provides a demonstration. The HTML illustrated below is a set of nested lists. We have 3 lists in total, and both examples have the same HTML. The only difference is that the first has a class of EMs, and both examples have the same HTML. The only difference is that the first has a class of EMs, and the second a class of REMs. To start with, we set 16 pixels at the font size on the HTML element. The font size on the HTML element. To recap, the EM unit means my parent element font size. In the case of typography, the li elements inside the UL with a class of EMs take their sizing from their parents. So each successive level of nesting, последовательный level of nesting gets progressively larger. Ну, получается, да. As each has its font size set to its parent font size. To recap, the rem unit means the root element's font size. Root elements stands for root em. The li elements inside the ul with the class of rems takes their sizing from the root element html. This means that each successive level of nesting does not keep getting larger. However, if you change the HTML element's font size in the CSS, you will see that everything else changes relative to it, both rem and em sized text. Так, Interactive Editor, HTML font size, ems. Так, значит, ems. То есть list item, который в ems, имеет font size 1.3. em, значит, у нас здесь класс ems, в нем лист, и да, оно увеличивается. Да, это увеличивается, это не увеличивается, это... Ага, все, понятно. То есть em это размер относительно parent, а r и m относительно root элемента, ну то есть HTML. Понятно. Percentages. Ой, вообще-то спать хочу. Так, percentages. In a lot of cases, a percentage is treated in the same way as a length. The thing with percentage is that they are always set relative to some other value. For example, if you set an element font size as a percentage, it will be a percentage of the font size of the element's parent. If you use a percentage for a width value, it will be percentage of the width of the parent. In the below example, the two percentage size boxes and the two pixel size boxes have the same class names. The sets are 40% and 200 pixels wide, respectively. The difference is that the second set of two boxes is inside of a wrapper that is 400 pixels wide. The second 200 pixel wide box is the same width as the first one, but the second is now of the box and the same width the first one, but the second is now of так, надо код посмотреть. В wrapper. Так, у нас есть div класс box px, px width, div класс box box percent width 40, 200 пикселей, типа 40% от этого, правильно? Потом у нас div класс wrapper, вот. В wrapper у нас 400 пикселей. Так, div class box px. Ага, box px, он такой же, как и этот. White меньше, потому что он уже относительно вот этого контейнера. Этот относительно вот этого. Все, понял. The next example has font size set in percentages. Next example has font size. Font sizes as percentage. Each list item has a font size of 80%. Therefore, the nested list items become progressively smaller as they inherit their sizing from their parent. Это понятно. Ну-ка, да. Noticed that while many value types accept a length or percentage, there are some that only accept length. You can see which values are accepted on the MGN property reference page. If the elevate values includes length percentage, then you can use a length or a percentage. If the elevate value only includes length, it is not possible to use a percentage. For example, the numeric type you will come across from frequently, for example, what two types of lens use says. Lens represent distance value. Lens can be used in numerous uses properties such as width. Okay. Numbers. What? Numbers. Some value types accept numbers. Some value types accept numbers without any unit added to them. An example of property which accepts a unitless number is opacity property. Some value types accept numbers without any unit added to them. An example of a property which accepts a unitless number is the opacity property, which controls the opacity of an element. How transparent it is. The property accepts number between 0 exposure. Between 0 fully transparent and the 1 fully opaque. Opaque. In the below example, try changing the value of opacity to various decimal values between 0 and 1. In the below example, try changing the value of opacity to various decimal values between 0 and 1 and see how the box and its content becomes more or less opaque. When you use number in CSS as a value, it should not be surrounded in quotes. Okay, color. There are many ways to specify color in CSS, some of which are more recently implemented than others. The same color values can be used everywhere in CSS, where you specify whether you are specifying text color, background color, or whatever else. The standard color system available in modern computers support 24-bit colors, which allows the display of about 16.7 million distinct colors with a combination of different red, green, and blue channels with 256 different values per channel. Let's have a look at some of the ways in which we can specify colors in CSS. In this tutorial, we will look at the common methods of specifying colors that have good browser support. There are other, but they don't have as good support and are less common. Color keywords. Quite often in examples here in the learn section or elsewhere on the MDN, you will see the color keywords used as their simple and understandable way to specify colors. A number of these keywords, some of which have fairly entering names. You can see a full list of the page on the page for the color value type. Try typing with different color values in the live example below to get more of an idea how they work. Это понятно. The next type of color value you are likely to encounter is hexadecimal codes. Each text file consists of a hash, pound symbol, followed by 6 hexadecimal numbers, each of which can take one of 16 values between 0 and F, which represents 15. So each pair of values represents one of the channels, red, green, and blue. And allows us to specify any of the 256 available values for each. These values are a bit more complex and less easy to understand, but they are a lot more versatile than keywords. You can use hex values to represent the color you want to use in color scheme. Scheme. Так. Ой. 70, 29, 8. Еще можно сюда добавить, кстати, от 0 до 100. И будет прозрачность указываться. Прикольно, да? 70, 45. Again, try change the values to see how the colors vary. RGB and RGBA values. The third scheme we'll talk about here is RGB. An RGB value is a function which is given 3 parameters that represents the red, green, and blue channel values of the color in the same way as hex values. The difference with RGB is that each channel is represented not by 2 hex digits but a decimal number between, somewhat easier to understand. Let's rewrite our last example to use RGB colors. You can pass a force parameter to RGB, which represents the alpha channel of the color, which controls opacity. If you set the value to 0, it will make the color fully transparent, whereas 1 will make it fully opaque. Values in between give you different levels of transparency. Note: setting an alpha channel on a color has one key difference to using the opacity property we looked at earlier. When you use opacity, you can make the element and everything inside it opaque, whereas using RGB will, with an alpha parameter colors, only make the color you are specifying opaque. In the example below, we have added a background image to the containing block of our colored boxes. We have then set the boxes to have different opacity values. Notice how the background shows through more when the alpha channel value is smaller. А дурак, блин, это просто название. This example, try changing the alpha channel values to see how it affects the color output. Note: in all the versions of CSS, the RGB syntax didn't support an alpha parameter. You needed to use a different function called RGBA for that. These days you can pass an alpha parameter to RGB, but for backward compatibility with old website, the RGBA. In the older versions, the RGB syntax didn't support an alpha channel parameter. You needed to use a different function color called RGBA for that. These days you can pass an alpha parameter to RGB, but for backward compatibility with old website, the RGBA syntax is still supported and has exactly the same behavior as RGB. То есть если мы здесь A уберем, ничего не поменяется, правильно? HSL and HSLA values. An alternative way to specify colors in the HSL color model is type of red, green, and blue values. The HSL function accepts hue, saturation, and lightness values. The HSL function accepts hue, saturation values, which are used to distinguish between the colors, but in a different way. Hue, the base shade of the color. This takes a value between tag representing the angles around the color wheel. Saturation, how saturated is the color. This takes a value from 0 to 100. Is no color, it will appear as shade F gray. Is full color saturation. Lightness, how light or bright is the color. This takes a value from is no light, it will appear completely black. Is a full light, it will appear completely white. You can update the RGB example to use HSL color like this. Если мы тут поменяем на 5, на 0, типа будет серым, на 85, а если на 100? Saturation, насыщенность и lightness. Сто 10, 30. Just like the internet editor. Not in older versions of CSS, the HSL syntax didn't support an alpha parameter. You needed to use a different function called HSLA for that. These days you can pass enough parameters for backward compatibility with all websites. Syntax is supported and has exactly the same behavior as HSL. You can use any of these color values in your projects. It is likely that for most projects you will decide on a color palette and then use those colors. And your chosen method is of specifying color throughout the whole project. You can mix and match color models, however, for consistency it is usually best if your entire project uses the same one. Images. The image value type is used wherever an image is valid value. This can be an actual image file pointed to via a URL function or a gradient. In the example below, we have demonstrated an image and a gradient in use as a value for the CSS background image property. Interactive editor tag, image, background image, URL star, gradients, background image, linear gradient, RGB, такой. Чё это? А чё вот это за... Чё это такое? Ну удалим. А вернем. А поменяем. Что это такое? No, there are some other possible values for image. However, these are newer and currently have poor browser support. Check out the page data type if you want to. Так, а что это за значение? Background image, linear gradient, 90 degrees. Если 10. 190. То есть фиолетовый. А это что тогда? А, это насколько его видно? 50. Да, теперь половину заполняет. Nice. Прикольно. Position. The position value type represents a set of 2D coordinates used to position an item such as a background image. You can take keywords such as top, left, bottom, right, and center to align items with specific bounds of a 2D box along with lengths, which represents offsets from the top and left-hand edges of the box. The position value type represents a set of 2D coordinates used to position an item, such as a background image. You can take keywords to align up specific box along with a length which represents offset at the left edge of the box. The typical position value consists of two values. The first sets the position horizontally, the second vertically. If you only specify values for one axis, the other will default to center. In the following example, we have positioned the background image 40 pixels from the top and to the right of the center of the container using a keyword. Box, height tag, width, background image, background repeat, background position right. Okay, parent this values to see how you can push the image around. Mm, 10. пикселей. Это будет слева, да. Блин. Strings and identifiers. Throughout the examples above, we have seen places where a keyword are used as a value, or example color keyword like red, black. Then these keywords are more accurately described as identifiers, a special value that CSS understands. As such, they are not quoted, they are not treated as strings. There are places where you use strings in CSS, for example, when specifying generated content. Pseudo-classes and pseudo... это я знаю. In this case, the value is quoted to demonstrate that it is a string. In the example below, we use unquoted color keywords along with a quoted generated content string. This is a string, I know, because it is quoted in CSS. Box, padding. Типа паддинг в размер шрифта, правильно? Border radius. Border radius в половину шрифта. Border solid background color light blue. Box after. Что такое box after? Сейчас посмотрим. А, точно. Все, я вспомнил. После бокса. Прикол. The final type of value we will take a look at is a group of values. Так. The final type of value we'll take a look at is a group of values known as functions. In programming, functions is a reusable section. In programming, a function is a reusable section of code that can be run multiple times. In programming, a function is a reusable section of code. A section of code that can be run multiple times and complete a repetitive task with a minimum effort. Programming function is a reusable section of code that can be run multiple times to complete a repetitive task with minimum effort on the part of both the developer and the computer. Functions are usually associated with languages like JavaScript, Python, or C++, but they do exist in CSS too as property values. Property values. We already seen function in action in the color section. The value used to return an image from a file is also a function. A value that behaves more like something you might find in traditional programming language. A value that behaves more like something you might find in traditional programming language. A value that behaves more like a value that behaves more like something you might find in traditional programming language. A value that behaves more like something you might find in traditional programming language is a calc CSS function. This function gives you the ability to do simple calculation inside your CSS. It's particularly useful if you want to work out values that you can define when writing the CSS for your project and need the browser to work out for you at runtime. For example, below we are using calc to make the box 20% plus 100 pixels wide. The 20% is calculated from the width of the parent container wrapper, and so we'll change it if that width changes. We can do this calculation beforehand because we won't know what 20% of the parent will be. So we use calc to tell the browser to do it for us. That's your skills. You've reached the end of the article, but can you remember the most important information? You can find some further tests to verify that you have retained this information before you move on. Summary. This has been a quick run through of the most common types of values and units you might encounter. You can have a look at all of the different types on the CSS value and units reference page. Unit. Time units, frequency units, flex units, percentages. Okay. The key thing is to remember is that each property has a defined list of allowed value types, and each value has a definition explaining what the values are. You can then look up the specifics here on the image. For example, understanding that the image also allows you to create a color gradient is useful, but perhaps not obvious knowledge to have. Is the next article. Ну что, проходим тест тогда. Проверяем наши знания. Так, the aim of the skill test is to assess whether you understand different types of values and units used in CSS properties. You can try out some solution in the interactive aids below. However, it may be helpful to download the code and use an online tool such as to work on the task. If you get stuck, then ask us for help. Assessment for user help section. Task. In this task, the first list item has been given a background color using a hex color code. Your task is to complete the CSS using the same color in different formats, plus a final list item where you should make the background semi-opaque. The second list item should use RGB. The third should color. The fourth should use RGB color but with alpha channel. You can find conversation for the conversions for the hex color. You need to figure out how to use the values in CSS. Your final result should look like the image below. RGB. RGB. Ну давай. То мы берем вот это вот. Это у нас hex. Конвертируем. Вот это у нас RGB. Ой. Значит, пишем background. Ой, блин. Так, background color. Да, блин. Color RGB. Так. И вот так вот. Сюда так. Выбираем пробелы. Что она не меняет? Блин, back написал. Back. On color. А может так сделать? Копируем. Вставляем. HSL. А как, подожди. Как HSL? А, блин, я, по-моему, не поставил. А не поставил. The alpha channel. Сюда. И здесь запятая 0.6. So, task 2. In this task, we want you to set the size of various items of the text as described below. Так, the H1 element should be 50 pixels. H1 font size 50 px. A element should be 2em. 2em. Подожди, ну немного не так. Нет, подожди, правильно получится? Should be. The p elements should be 16 pixels. 16 пикселей. A p element that is directly after 120%, не пикселей. In this task, we want you to move the background image so that it is centered horizontally and is 20% from the top of the box. In this task, we want you to move the background image so that it is centered horizontally and is 20%. Final result should look like the image below. Значит, что не хотят? Background position. Round. Background. Опять написал background. Position. Position. Горизонтально. Значит, center. Запятая. Center and 20%. Semicolon. Background. Assessment or further help. You can practice these examples in the interactive editors above. If you'd like to work assist or a stack and want to ask for help. Так, все. Все, прошли. Все, вот это наконец-то целый день. Сколько? 5 часов. 5 часов читать это все. Но мы на этом не остановимся. Мы идем читать дальше. Inspecting HTML and CSS. Глаза болят нереально. Так, сейчас, секундочку. Так. Так. Так, читаем. Читаем дальше. Фух, что-то жарко стало. Так, едем дальше. Introduction. Being able to inspect and debug your HTML and CSS is critical to front-end development. This lesson will take us through the Chrome Dev Tools, which allows you to see detailed information about your elements and CSS rules, as well as assist you in finding and fixing problems in your code. Lesson overview. This section contains a general overview of topics that you will learn in this lesson, you will know how to access an element inspector. You will know how to access the element inspector. You'll know how to select and inspect specify elements. You will know how to test out HTML and CSS in the inspector. To open up the inspector, you can right-click on any element of the web page and click Inspect, or press F12. Go ahead and do that right now to see the HTML and CSS used in this page. Don't get overwhelmed with all the tools you're now seeing. For this lesson, we want to focus on the elements and styles panes. Так. And click Inspect or F12. Капец. Много всего. Inspecting elements. In the elements pane, you can see the entire HTML structure of your page. You can click on any of the element in this pane to select the specific element. Alternatively, you can click the blue highlighted icon shown below on the left and hover. Yeah. Hover over animals on the page. Ooh, кайф. When an element is selected, the Style tab will show all the current applied styles, as well as any styles that are being overwritten, indicated by a strike through over the text. For example, if you use the inspector to click on the Your Career in Web Development data, starts here on the top home page on the right hand side. Oh, it's done. You will see all the styles that are currently affected. Так. On the right hand side, you will see all the styles that are currently affecting the element as seen below. Overwritten style, currently applied style. А чем он overwritten? Типа, чем он overwritten? Как мне это знать? Почему он overwritten? Testing styles in the inspector. The styles pane also allows you to edit styles directly in the browser. The styles pane also allows you to edit styles directly in the browser. You can click inside of any individual selector to add a new rule, or click on existing attribute or value to alter it. When doing so, the web page responds with the change in real time. This won't affect the source code in your text editor, but it is extremely useful for quickly testing out various attributes and values without needing to reload the page over and over again. Go through the following selection of the official Chrome Dev. Go through the following selection of the overview. Don't navigate to any other pages linked here. Just get familiar with what tools are available in this tool rather than how to use overview. Что ты мне это втираешь? Gesabris. Это уже было. Don't navigate to any other pages linked here. Just get familiar with what tools are available in the DevTools rather than how to use all of them right now. Open DevTools. Get started. Discover DevTools. Device mode. Elements panel. Console panel. Вот это топ! Да, это реально круто. Вот это круто было. Okay, nice. Open Chrome DevTools. Similar to what we went over above, but with some nice extra. Блин, веселая девочка. Ультра мило было. You and change CSS, be sure to follow along with any interactive instructions. Так, музычку включаем. Okay, got it. Okay, got it. Okay, I got it. You in element CSS. Right click, inspect my text below. Inspect. Observe the inspect me element highlighted in the blue DOM tree. Блин, как же болят глаза. Так, in the DOM tree find the value of the data message attribute for this element. Enter the attribute value. Чё? А, вакабу. Вакабу. Авокадо. Авокадо. А, там две, да. In the elements style, elements style pane, find the Aloha class. А вот, Aloha class is declaring the value for padding. Enter this value and its unit without spaces. 1 p.m. If you'd like to dock your DevTools window to the right of your Duper, like on this screenshot, in step 1c, так. Add CSS declaration to an element. Use the styles pane when you want to change or add CSS declaration to an element. Use the style pane when you want to change or add CSS declaration to an element. Right click the add background color to me, inspect, click element style, click near the top of the styles. Style type background color. Background color. Type honeydew. Honeydew. Okay. And press enter. In the jump, so you can see that an inline style declaration was applied to the element. Element.style. Element. Add this class to an element. Use the styles pane to see how an element looks when the CSS class is applied to or removed from an element. Use the styles pane to see how an element looks when the CSS class is applied to or removed from an element. Add a CSS class to an element. Add a CSS class to an element. I'll apply to remove the element. Right click, inspect. Spec click that so DevTools reveal the text box where you can add classes to the selected element. CLS, add a new class, type color me, color me, aloha color me. Ух ты. A checkbox appears below the add new class. This was we can toggle the class on and off if the add class to me element had any other class applied to it, you would be also able to toggle them off. Прикольно. Add the pseudo state to a class. Use the styles pane to permanently apply CSS pseudo state to an element. DevTools supports active focus, hover, and visited and others. Hover. Бля, hover. Что с глазами-то? Что с глазами? Hover over me, text below, the background color changes. Right click, inspect. In the styles pane, click how check both the background color changes like before, even though you're not actually element. Change the dimensions of an element. Use the box model inside diagram in the styles to change the width, height, padding, margin, or border length of the element. To see the box model, click button in the action bar on the styles here. The box model diagram in the styles pane, hover over padding. The element's padding is highlighted in the viewport. Double-click the left margin in the boxed model. The element that currently doesn't have margins, so the left margin has a value. Uh-huh. 100. Sorry. Algorithm defaults to pixels but also accepts other values such as okay. Get started with viewing and changing the DOM script. Skip through any part that uses the JavaScript console. Start with viewing and changing the DOM. Ну, нету здесь темной темы. Так глаза от этого валят. Get started with viewing and changing the DOM. DOM nodes. DOM tree of the element panel is where you do all DOM related activities in DevTools. Inspect the node. When you're interested in a particular DOM node, inspect is a fast way to open DevTools and investigate the node. Right click below inspect. И мне нужно было так сделать. The element panel opens highlighted in the DOM tree. Так. Click the spec icon on the top there. Or click the Tokyo text below. And the inspecting a node is also the first step to reviewing and changing a node status. Now get the DOM tree with a keyboard. Once you selected a node in the DOM tree, you can navigate the DOM tree with your keyboard. Right click Ringo. Так. Press the up arrow key 2 times. Is selected. Press the left arrow key. Is collapsed. Press the left arrow key again. That's the parent of the UL list is not selected. In this case, it's the li node containing the instruction for step 1. Press again, the parent of the UL node is selected. In this case, is the li node containing the instructions for step 1. Press press down arrow key 3 times so that you have reselected the UL. The UL list that you just collapsed, it should look like that. Press the right arrow key, list expands, scroll into view. When using dump tree, sometimes you'll find yourself interested in a dump node that is not currently in the viewport. When viewing the dump tree, sometimes you'll find yourself interested in a dump node that is not currently in the viewport. For example, suppose that you scroll to the bottom of the page and you're interested in the H1 node. At the top of the page, scroll into view lets you quickly reposition the viewport so that you can see the node. Inspect. Go to the appendix, scroll into view section. At the bottom of this page, the instruction continue here, there. After completing the instruction at the bottom of your page, you should jump back. And this is a continuation scroll into view section. Так, not should still be selecting your DOM tree. If not, go back. Right click the node and select scroll into view. You will scroll back up so that you can see the Megrid node. Что нажать? Scroll into view. Show rules. With rules above and to to the left of your viewport, you can measure the width and height of an element when you hover over it in the elements panel. Enable the rulers in one of two ways. Press Ctrl-Shift-P or Ctrl-Shift-P or Command-Shift-P to open command menu. Ctrl-Shift-P. Type show ruler and hover. The sizing unit of the rule is pixels. With the rules above and to the left of your viewport, you can measure the width and height of an element. So element when you hover over it in the mouse panel. Что-то кал этот рулетка, это что-то она ничего не видит. А нет, не кал. Так-то nice тема. Setting preference elements rule settings elements settings preferences elements show rule and hover. Окей, прикольно. Search for nodes. You can search the dump tree by string. You can search dump tree by string, CSS selector, or XPath selector. And you can search the dump tree by the string, CS selector or XPath selector. Focus the cursor on the element pan. Press Ctrl F to start the bar open. 3, Ctrl F. Type the moon is harsh. Что нужно? The moon. And the search bar also supports CSS. In path selector, the element panel selects the first mentioned result in the DOM tree and rolls it into view in the viewport. But if all of this happens as you type, if you always work with long search queries, you can make the DevTools run search only when you press enter. To avoid unnecessary jumps between nodes, clear the edit the DOM. Press a global search as you type. You can edit the DOM on the fly. You can edit the DOM on the fly and see how those changes affect the page. To edit node's content, double click the content in the DOM tree. Below and select inspect. Double click Michael. Between you can select it, delete Michael, type Lila. Lila. Так, edit attributes. To edit attributes, double click the attribute name name or value. Follow the instruction below to learn how to add attributes to a node. Follow insert below to run. Right click, forward and inspect. Double click the text is highlighted, is not selected. Press the right arrow key, add a space. Add a space. Style. Back. Нужно так ставим. Back. Around. Color. Боже. Background color. Gold. Edit node type. To edit a node's type, double click the type and then type in the new type. To edit a node type, double click the type and then type in the new type. Nice. Inspect. Double click the text. Double click the text, delete the type button and press enter. Button. Edit as HTML. To edit nodes as HTML with syntax highlighting and autocomplete with syntax highlighting and autocomplete. Select edit HTML from the nodes drop menu. Right click Leonard below and select inspect. In the elements panel, right-click the current node and select edit HTML from the drop-down menu. In addition, the tool scanner to complete dump properties. No, yeah, we will select the element menu type to automatically cursor type Sheldon. To detect and press Ctrl to apply changes. Nice. Okay. Reorder Doom nodes. Drag nodes to reorder them. Right-click Elvis Presley below and select Inspect. Notice that is the last item in the list. Type drag nodes to reorder them. Right-click the Elvis Presley below and Inspect. And the dump tree drag to the top of the list. Force state. You can force nodes to remain in state like active, however focus visited. However, files below become inspect, right click, LA class, and select force state hover. Over C appendix missing C appendix missing option. If you don't see this option, hide a node. Press H to hide a node. Right click the tray and inspect. Press H. H. Delete a node. Press delete to delete a node. Foundation, inspect. Press the delete key. The command is deleted. Press Ctrl 0 Command Z. The last action is done. Access nodes in the console. DevTools provides a few shortcuts for accessing the them nodes from the console. Creating JavaScript. Inspect node. That means that you can reference this node. Appendix HTML versus the DOM. This here quickly explains the difference between HTML and the DOM. When you use the web browser to request a page, like the server returns HTML like this. The browser parses analyzирует, да? The HTML and creates a tree of objects like this. HTML head title. The tree of objects or nodes representing the page's content is called the DOM. Right now it is look the same as HTML, but suppose that the script referenced at the bottom of the HTML runs this code. Constant h1 document query selector h1 parent element, remove child. Const p document create element p, its text content, wildcard document body. The code is a code remove the h1 node and adds another p node to the DOM. The complete DOM looks like this. The pages by DP which are not representing the page's content is called the DOM. Right now it just looks the same as HTML, but suppose that the script runs because h1 document query selector h1 parent element remove child h p document p text content wild card document body append child p. Okay. Remove a note and another p in the DOM to complete DOM. Look at this. The page's HTML is now different than its DOM. In other words, HTML represents initial page content, and the DOM represents current page content. When JavaScript adds, removes, or edits, it becomes different than the HTML. Represent initial page content. In other words, HTML represents initial page content, and the DOM represents current page content. When JavaScript adds, removes, or edits nodes, the DOM becomes different than HTML. Понятно. Appendix scroll to view. Это было. Missing options. Все, прошли. We can utilize CSS view. Так. How do you select a specific element on your page with your browser developer? How do you select a specific element? Ну, можно вот так вот. Inspect. What does a strike through in CSS declaration means in your browsers? With your browser developer. Ну или навести, нажать или найти в поисковике. What does a strike through in CSS declaration? In CSS declaration means in your browser developers to что property overwritten. How do you change CSS in real time on specific element of a web page with your browser developer tool? Выбираешь и вписываешь. Легко. The article about how we can utilize CSS overview in the developer tools to check the color, font styles, media queries, etc. used in a particular web page. So overview, more tools. CSS overview summary. Info. О, вот это прикольно, сейчас прочитаем. Сейчас в туалет схожу и вернусь. Едем дальше. If you're a web developer, you probably appreciate a well-designed and attractive website. You must say color scheme, or find a specific website that you want to incorporate into your blog or web app, but you'll need to browse the extension to see the website color scheme, and other CSS features. The CSS overview feature in the Chrome DevTools lets you see the CSS properties. In this post, we'll go over how to use the CSS overview feature in Chrome Developer Tools. We'll also learn how to use CSS overview to get the colors and other CSS properties you want to use in creating a web page. What is CSS Overview Panel? CSS Panel is one of the newest features of Chrome developer tools. It serves as a preview tool that allows you to see the different CSS properties used in creating a web page. In display CSS properties such as the color used in the web page, the line height of each element used in the web page, the font size of each element used in the web page, the font family of each element in the page, the font weight of each element used on the web page. Chrome DevTools are a suite of web developer tools that come pre-installed in the Chrome browser. Chrome DevTools. Check out this article to learn more about that. Here's some of the advantages using the tool. It enables you to create better website in a short amount of time. It enables you to make changes to your code, test it, and inspect it. Chrome DevTools give developers more control over their web application browsers. It enables you to access the general performance of a website. How to access Chrome Developer Tools in your browser? You can access Chrome Developer Tools in 3 different ways. Chrome menus. Так, это inspect, shortcut. Once you click on the shortcut, it will be able to open. When you press it, is the last panel you open by default. It shows the element console, network, and performance panel. Open the element panel first by default. How to use CSS overview in Chrome DevTools. Так, how to use CSS overview in Chrome DevTools. This step below will walk you through how to use the CSS overview features to get the CSS properties used in the web page. Step open from DevTools, overcome read the variation. That's you should have tag as a quick reminder. You can open from DevTools by pressing Ctrl Shift I. Click on 3 vertical dots located on the top right. Select More Tools from the More Tools CSS Overview feature. Click on Capture Review. When your purchase CSS, identify potential CSS improvements. Just locate the affected elements in the element. Our team is actually working on this feature, and we would love to know What you think? Click the Capture Review button. A menu with 5 sections appears after clicking the Capture Overview button. The 5 sections are Overview Summary, Colors, Font Info, Unused Declaration, Media Queries. Media Queries. CSS Overview Summary. The review summary contains a list of the CSS elements used in building the web page. The review summary contains a list of the CSS elements used in building the web page. Так, the review summary displays a summary of the CSS. The review summary displays a summary of the CSS on your website, such as the review summary displays a summary of the CSS on your web page, such as the number of elements used on the web page, the different types of selectors used in creation of the web page, the different types of selectors used in creating the web page, external inline style elements, media queries, the number of inline styles elements used to the web page, the number of external style sheets used on the web page. External style sheets. The example above shows the various CSS elements in the building the web page colors. The color panel displays all the colors used in creating the web page. It has a palette of colors for the background, text, fill, and borders. It also highlights low contrast text issues on the web page. The color panel displays all the colors used in the certain. The color panel displays all the colors used in creating the web page. It has a palette of colors for the background, text, fill, and borders. It also highlights low contrast text issues on the web page. Also highlights low contrast text issues. Unused declaration, vertical alignment applied. Vertical alignment applied to element which is neither inline nor table cell. Height applied to an inline element. The image above shows the different colors used in creating the web page. The beauty of the color panel is that each color is clickable. If you click on a particular color in the color panel, a list of elements that use the color appears. When you click on each element, it takes you to the element panel for inspection. I clicked on color in the image above and it brought up a list of elements with that color. You can also have hover over an element in the list of elements displayed. When you move your cursor over the element, when you move your cursor over the element, it highlights the element on the web page. Ой, верни, нет. М, м, м. I click on color, the list of the color. Highlights the header of the web page. Just quick note, hovering refers to moving your cursor over anything. It means to place the cursor over text, an image, or other object on the screen without clicking on them. Font info. Блин. Lot of sounds. The font info panel displays the typeface used in the development of the website. It shows you the font size, line height, font weight, and font families used in creating the website. If you click on the occurrences, you will see a list of the affected elements. The above will show you the different typefaces used in creating the web page. Unused declarations. You can find CSS styles that do not affect the web page by using unused declaration. The image above shows the number of unused declaration on the web page. The vertical alignment applies. Number that isn't in line or table cell will not affect the page. You can also click on the occurrences to see. Queries. The media query panel displays a list of all the media queries used in creating the web page. You'll be able to examine the various widths and screen resolutions used in creating the web page. The example displays the number of media queries used in creating the web page. It lists the screen resolution used in order to occurrence from highest to lowest. If you click on the occurrence, you will see a list of the affected elements. When it comes to evaluating CSS attributes on the web page, the CSS overview will come in handy. Developers, thank you, все, пожалуйста. Тебе спасибо за статью. The box model. Ух. Так, the box model. The box model. Так, ну перезагрузи тут же. The box model, blocking in line. This video is reformed with some change. Because the box model concept is so incredibly fundamental, check out the because the same material as in the video above, it goes a little further in depth. Pay close attention to examples and take the time to experiment. This CSS tricks page has some further information about the margin property you'll find useful, specifically the section about auto and margin collapsing contain things you want to know. Mm, uh, okay, okay. Introduction. Now that you understand the basic syntax of HTML and CSS, we're going to get serious. The most important skills you need to master with CSS are positioning and layout. Changing fonts and colors is a crucial skill, but being able to put things exactly where you want them to on a web page is even more crucial. After all, how many web pages can you find where absolutely every element is just stacked one on top of another? Learning to position elements of a web page is not that difficult once you understand just a few key concepts. Unfortunately, many learners race through learning HTML unfortunately many learners race through learning HTML and CSS to get to JavaScript and end up missing these fundamental concepts. This leads to frustration, pain, and funny gifs. This is really funny because all the JavaScript skills in the world are meaningless if you can't stick your elements on the page where you need them to be. So with that in mind, let's get started. You'll learn about the box model. You'll learn how to make sure elements are just the right size with margin, padding, and borders. The box model. The first important concept that you need to understand to be successful in CSS is the box model. It isn't complicated, but skipping over it now will cause you much frustration down the line. Every single thing on the web page is a rectangular box. These boxes can have other boxes in them and can sit alongside one another. You can get a rough idea how this works by sticking a border on every item on the page like this. You can use Browser's inspector to add the CSS above to this web page if you want. Ой, что это такое? Styles. Нет, это добавить класс. Как добавить style? Это. Так, сделаем так. Сделаем border to px solid uh, solid, да боже, перестань. Red. Мгм, действительно. Действительно, все в коробочках. You can use the browser's inspector to add. Okay, so there might be some circles in the above image. Окей, я удалю эту фигню. Как ее теперь удалить? Insert star, no. Okay, so there might be some circles in the above image, but when it comes to layout, they fit together like rectangular boxes and not circles. In that, laying out a web page and positioning all its elements is deciding how you're doing to nest and stack these boxes. The only real complication here is that there are many ways to manipulate the size of these boxes and the space between them using padding margin border. The assigning articles go into more depth on this concept, but to sum it up briefly, padding increases the space between the border of a box and the content of a box. Margin increases the spaces between the borders of the box and the borders of the uh, adjacent boxes, and the border adds space if only a pixel or two between the margin and the padding. It's a straightforward overview of the box model. Padding and margin, go ahead and watch this now, and informs everything else. Mm. Box size and border box. It's so incredibly fundamental. Check out the lesson from MDN. It covers the same material as the video above, but it goes a little further in depth. Pay close attention to the examples. It takes the time to experiment with their browser editor. This is statistic with some first information about the margin property that you will find useful. Specifically, the section about auto and margin collapsing contain things you want to know. Okay, the box model. Everything in CSS has a box around it, and understanding these boxes is a key to being able to create more complex layouts with CSS. Everything in CSS, but understanding these boxes is key to begin creating more complex layouts with CSS or to link them with other items. In this lesson, we will take a look at the CSS box model. We will understand how it works and the terminology that relates to it. Blocking and line boxes. CSS, we have several types of boxes. that generally fit into the categories of block boxes. Those boxes generally have block boxes and inline boxes. The type refers to how the box behaves in terms of page flow and in relation to other boxes on the page. Boxes have an inner display type and an outer display type. In general, you can set various values for the display type using this display property. You can set various values for the display type using the display property, which can have various values. You can set various values for the display type using the display property. Outer display type. If a box has an outer display type of block, generally you can set various values for display type using the display property, which can values. The box will break into a new line. The width and height properties are respected. Padding, margin, and border will cause other elements to be pushed away from the box. If width is not specified, the box will extend in the inline direction. If width is not specified, the box will extend in the inline direction to fill the space available in this container. In most cases, the box will become as wide as this container, filling up 100 of the space available. Some HTML elements such as h1p use block as their outer display type by default. If a box has an outer display type of inline, then the box will not break into a new line. The width and height properties will not apply. Vertical padding, margins, and borders will apply, but will not cause other inline boxes to move away from the box. If a box has an outer display, the box will not break into new line. The width and height properties will not apply. Vertical padding, margins, and borders will apply, but will not cause other inline boxes to move away from the box. Horizontal padding, margins, and borders will apply and will cause the inline boxes to move away from the box. Some HTML elements such as a, span, em, что такое em, я забыл. The emphasis element. So. And strong use inline is their outer display. In the display type, we also have an inner display type which dictates how elements inside that box are laid out. Block and inline layout is a different way things behave on the web. By default and without any other instructions, the elements inside a box are also laid out in normal flow and behave as block or inline boxes. You can change the inner display type, for example, by setting display flex. Block and inline layout is the default way things behave on the web by default, and without any other instructions, the elements inside a box are also laid out in normal flow and behave as block or inline boxes. You can change the inner display type, for example, by setting display flex. The amount will still use the outer display type block, but this changes the inner display type to flex. In the direct change, this box will become flex items and behave according to the flexbox specification. The result display box, the type block, but this changes the inner display type of flex. Direction on this box will become flex items and behave according to the flexbox specification. When you move on to learn about CSS layout in more detail, you will encounter flex and various other inner values that your boxes can have, for example, grid. Note that to read more about the values of display and how boxes work in block and inline layout, take a look at the MDN guide block and layout. Я уже устал. Block and inline layout in normal flow. This guide will explore the basics of how block and inline elements behave when they are part of the normal flow. Basic how block and inline elements behave when they are part of the normal flow. Normal flow is defined, which explains that any boxes in normal flow will be part of formatting context. They can be either block or inline, but not both at once. We can describe block level boxes as a participating in a block formatting context, and inline level boxes as participating in an inline formatting context. The behavioral element which have a block or inline formatting context is also defined in this specification for elements with a block formatting context. The spec says, in the block formatting context, boxes are laid out in the block formatting content. The boxes are laid out one after the other. Так, in the block formatting content, boxes are laid out one after the other vertically beginning at the top of the containing block. The vertical distance between two siblings boxes is determined by the margin properties. Vertical margins between adjacent block block level boxes in a block formatting context collapse. Vertical margins between adjacent block level boxes in block formatting context collapse in a block formatting context. In a block formatting context, each box left outer edge touches the left edge of the. In a block formatting context, each box's left outer edge touches the left edge of the containing block. To right to left formatting, right edges. Я не понимаю. Так, four elements. Blocking inline layout. Formats within inline formatting context. In inline formatting context, boxes are laid out horizontally one after the other, beginning at the top of the containing block. Horizontal margin borders and body are respected between these boxes. The boxes may be aligned vertically in different ways. Their bottoms or tops may be aligned, or the baselines of the text within them may be aligned. The rectangular area that contains the boxes that form a line is called a line box. Note that documents as being in a horizontal top to bottom writing mode, for example, but there have been difficulties this between block boxes. The behind block and inline elements is the same when working in vertical writing mode, and we will explore this in future guide on flow, layout, and writing modes. Elements participating in a block formatting context. Block elements in a horizontal writing mode, such as English layout vertical. Block elements in a horizontal writing mode, such as layout vertically, one below the other. In the vertical writing mode, then we would lay out horizontally. This guide will be working in English and therefore a horizontal writing mode. However, everything described should work in the same way if you document in the vertical writing mode. As defined in the specification, the margin between two boxes are what creates separation between the elements. With these with a very simple layout of the two paragraphs, to which I have added a border. Default browser style sheet adds spacing between the paragraphs by way of adding a margin to the top and bottom. If you set the margin on the paragraph elements to 0, then the borders will touch. Default blocking elements will consume all of the spaces and the inline direction, so our paragraphs separate out and get as big as they can inside their containing block. If we give them a width, they will continue to lay. By default, block elements will consume all of the space in the inline direction. By default, block elements will consume all of the space. By default, block elements will consume all of the space in the inline direction. Elements will consume all of the space in the inline direction. So our paragraphs spread out as big as they can inside their containing blocks. If we give them a width, they will continue to lay out one below the other. Even if there would be space for them to be side by side. By default, elements will consume all of the space in the inline direction. That inline. So our paragraphs spread out and get as big as they can inside their containing block. If we give them a width, they will continue to lay out one below the other. Even if there would be space for them to be side by side, each will start against the start edge of the containing block, so the place at which sentence would begin is that writing mode. Margin collapsing. This spec explains that margin between block elements collapse. This means that if you have an element with a top margin immediately after, if you have an element with a top margin immediately After an element with a bottom margin rather than the total space being the sum of these two margins, the margin collapses and so will essentially becomes as large as the larger of the two margins. In the example below, the paragraph have a top margin and the bottom margin's size of the margin between the paragraphs is 40 pixels and the smaller top margin. The second paragraph has collapsed with a larger bottom margin. You can read about margin collapse in our article. But if you are not sure whether margin are collapsing, check the box model values in your browser DevTools. This will give you the actual size of the margin, which can help you to identify what is happening. Elements participating in an inline formatting context. Inline elements display one after the other in the direction that sentences. Elements participating in an inline formatting context. Inline elements display one after the other in the direction that sentences run. In that particular writing mode, while we don't tend to think of inline elements. Inline elements display one after the other in the direction that sentences run in that particular writing mode. While we don't tend to think of inline elements as having a box, as with everything in CSS they do, these inline boxes are arranged one after the other. If there's not enough space in the containing block for all of the boxes, these inline boxes are arranged one after the other. If there's not enough space in the containing block for all of the boxes, a box can break into a few lines. The line created are known as line box. These line boxes are arranged one after the other. If there is not enough space in the containing block for all of the boxes, a box can break onto a new line. These lines the line created are known as line boxes. In the following example, we have three inline boxes created by a paragraph with a strong. We have three inline boxes. Element inside it. Three inline boxes. The boxes around the word before the strong element and after the strong element are referred to as anonymous boxes. Boxes introduced to ensure that everything is wrapped in a box, but one that we cannot target directly. The line box size in the block direction. So the height when working in English, the line box size in the box in the block direction. So the height when working in English is defined by the tallest box. So working in English is defined by the tallest box inside it. In the next example, the strong element is 300%. Since the content spans two lines, it now defines the height of the line boxes of those two lines. Так. The display property and flow layout. Display property and flow layout. In addition to the rules existing in new levels of CSS, further describe the behavior of block and inline. In addition to the rules existing in new levels of CSS, further describe the behavior of block and inline boxes. The display property defines how a box and any boxes inside it behave. The display property defines how a box and any boxes inside it behave. In the CSS display model level 3, we can learn more about how the display property changes the behavior of boxes and the boxes they generate. The display type of an element defines the outer display type. This dictates how the box displays alongside other elements in the same formatting context. Also defines the inner display type. Which dictates how boxes inside this element behave. We can see this very clearly when considering a flex layout. In the example below, I have a div which I have given display flex. The flex container behaves like a block element. The flex container behaves like a block element. It displays on a new line. It takes up all of the space it can in the inline direction. This is the outer display type of block. The flex items, however, are participating in the flex formatting context because their parent is the element with a display flex. The flex items, however, are participating in the flex formatting context because their parent is the element with display flex. The flex item, however, participates in the flex formatting context because the parent in the element with display flex, which has an inner display type of flex, establishing the flex formatting context for the direct children. Container. Container display flex. Flex item. Все, что внутри контейнера. Children are in normal flow. Therefore, you can think of every box in CSS working in this way. The box itself has an outer display type, so it's known how to behave alongside other boxes. It then has an inner display type which changes the way its children behaves. So those children then have an outer and inner display type too. The flex items in the previous example become flex level boxes, so Their outer display type is dictated by way of them being part of the flex formatting context. They have an in display type of flow, however, meaning that their children participate in normal flow items nested inside our flex items. Item lay themselves out as a block and inline elements unless something changed their display type. This concept of the outer and inner display types is important as this tells us that continue using a layout map that is such as flexbox and grid layout is still participating in block and inline layout, and due to the outer display type of those methods being block, changing the formatting context, an element participates in browsers display items as part of a block. Browse display items as a part of a block of the browsers display items as a part of a block or in live formatting context in terms of what normally makes sense for that element. For example, a strong element is used to highlight. For example, a strong element is used to highlight a word and displays and displays bold in browsers. It would not generally make sense for that strong element to be displayed as a block level element speaking into a new line, breaking out to a new line. If you did want all strong elements to display as a block element, you could do so by setting display block on strong. This means that you can always use the most of the semantic HTML elements to mark up your content, and then change the way it displays using CSS. Display block. Если мы вернем, so in this guide we have looked at how elements display in a normal flow as block and inline elements due to the default behavior of these elements and HTML document with no CSS styling at all will display in a readable way. By understanding how normal flow works, you will find layout easier as you understand the starting point for making changes to how elements are displayed. Все, я выдохся. На этом с программированием заканчиваем. На этом с программированием заканчиваем. И перейдем к просмотру видоса. Но сначала я пойду приготовлю поесть. Пойду приготовлю поесть. Так. Сейчас чатик поставим. Так, окей. Все, давайте. Перерыв на покушать.
Так, ну чё, время видосиков. Досмотрим вот это вот. На ужин у меня вареные яйца и бутерброды с булытком. Мне понадобилось 3 просмотра фильма «Темного рыцаря», чтобы он мне понравился. Потому что первые 2 раза я его даже до конца не досматривал, потому что мне он был таким скучным. Я ну, не мог его досмотреть. Но зато на 3-й раз, когда я уже смотрел в более взрослом возрасте, это где-то год назад было, все предыдущие разы, не знаю, последний раз я пытался его смотреть лет 15. И последний раз вот это год назад, когда я его посмотрел, настолько интересный фильм, хоть он идет там 3 часа, но он ни капельки не затянут. В каждой сцене что-то происходит. Нет такого, что ты сидишь и тебе скучно, и ждешь, пока начнется какая-то экшн-сцена или какое-то веселье. Нет, там даже разговорные сцены сделаны хорошо, их не скучно смотреть и не продвигают сюжет. Поэтому очень топовый фильм. Сейчас вернусь. Ну, все мы знаем, что он роет лучше. Ой-ой-ой, страшно.
Не, я в эту игру не играл, потому что мне было страшно. Я ее как-то пытался запустить. Первый же монстр, который на меня вышел, закрыл мне игру. Это я не знаю, даже пофиг. Mirror's Edge, блин. Почему непонятый? Мне кажется, по моим воспоминаниям, как раз таки много кто в эту игру играл и хорошо ее встретили. Я, по-моему, прям говорили про нее все. Ну, это, правда, было не в 2008 году, а в 2011 где-то. Кровосися. Но в детстве мне сумерки нравились. В детстве мне сумерки нравились. О, сваты! Финансовый кризис. Finally cool. Damn, this is... Bye. О, вот это видео. О, Стрит. Classic. This is classic. Это так работает? Эм, Жесть. Это так легко оказывается. Блин, ну хата реально топ. Join he buying with. Ooh. Shit. А что за фильм? Хіба... Так, что за фильм? Plot twist. Announce. Uh, is it is already a scam? Как этот фильм называется? Почему никто не написал название фильма до сих пор? Блядь. Джона Хилл. Ну, блин. Вот. War Dogs. Похоже на это. Да, похоже на это. А ну-ка, что там? Какие оценки? 3,3. Based on the true story of two young men, David, who won a 300 million contract from the Pentagon to arm Americans, allies in Afghanistan. Нужно добавить в watch-лист. Activity. Кто что смотрел? Первый час на поспать, последний час величайший эпос. Evil Dead Rise. Что это? Want to watch. Adventures with Sharing. Не, масла много не бывает. Масло ультра вкусное, сливочное. Но, ой, реально, кстати. Ладно, под такую музыку что-то самое скучное. Ну, что надо делать? Ну, подрывай. Такое. Damn. Жесть, как же чел? Всех. Damn. Блин, вот это топ. Ну, страйкбол ультра классная тема. Вайф скажет. Walter's intelligence scares me. М, Это страшно выглядит. Так о чем, сори? Пошел нафиг, козел. Had a chance. I don't know. Ладно, прикола не будет. Просто ужасно разорен. Так, заценим. Блин, на самом деле найти красивую азиатку это так-то не самая легкая задача. Но это нормально так. Блин, великое кино. Фок. Да. Ой, найс. Ладно, пофиг. Ладно, кал. 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 Pen teacher. Кал. Richard Niels, The Art of Non-Speaking. Чё за кринж? Не кал. Инфиниум. О, это такое. Э, Как же у них насрано в голове. И чё? И чё? In Chinatown. Классик. So, Destruction. Ой, это пацанское что-то. Эм, Как же это смешно. Я тебе угадаю, он стероидов нажрется и станет качкобусом. Ладно, я не угадал. Это не смешно. Rating people pattern divide out of 10. Если ко мне такая грядка подошла бы, я бы убежал. Ай, хуя. Запретила ганфладу. It's raw. Блин, может тоже homeless стать? Так и чё, в чем прикол? Короче, кал. Ну, apologize, он еще дальше. For priest names still use. Вот эта песня нереально. Вообще качать так-то. Да. Ой-ой-ой. Love is my brother. Почему? Я уверен, что в сериале это, ну, типа, выглядит прикольно. Блядь, под эту музыку и этот монтаж. Это такой какой-то кринж. Ой, Найс. Оу, красава. Жесть, жесть. Кринж. Так, фигня. Уф. Beautiful. Что он добавил? Я тоже такое хочу. Жестко. Так а чё, он просто наклоняется и так сверху бросает. В чем прикол? Two. Ай, промазал. Блин, ну, старый Инферно. Блин, музыка нереальная. Ого, чё? Чё за фильм? Чё за фильм? I'm gonna pull the bar. Сейчас я говорю, сейчас, movie name is The Last Boy Scout. It is so you're not what 3-4. Everyone, everyone had counted them out, but they're about to get back in the game. When the girl that Detective Joe Hellenbeck is protecting gets murdered, the boyfriend of the murdered girl attempts to investigate and solve the case. What they discover is that there is deep-seated corruption going on between a crooked politician and the owner. Блин, 6,8, хотя 6,8 это мало. М. Boardwalk Empire. Это фильм или сериал? Блин, ну Стив Бушеми нереальный чел. А, так, TV Series. Оценки жесткие. Four Lines Movie. Такой жесткий фильм, кстати. Кал. Что за кал? Что за бред? 50 Cent. Жесть. Richard First Five Prison. Как же это смешно под эту музыку разную, эпичную. Ну, почему она не играет? Darn it. Не надо. Республиканец. True Soldier. Кринж. Это бред. Это все постанова. Чё, фигня? Да-да-да. Чё, хуела, блядь? Чё за бред? Это такая тупость. Ауф. Жестко. You didn't come close. No. А, блин. А, блин, просто ушел. Sasquatch. Блин. Как же в Order 2 нет такого? О, что за гигачан? Это откуда? Ричард. Ричард, триллер. Um, Jack Reacher's veteran police investigator has recently entered civilian life when he is falsely accused of murder. Окей. Daily. Блин, daily goes в интернет. Даже вот что он с одним AirPods будет делать, даже если настоящий? Не понял, в чем прикол. Чё? А зачем? Фига себе. Прикольно. Бедная собачка. Да пофиг, ну, пусть. Найс. Что там было? Hide packages from husband. Что за хуйня какая-то? Не, а что еще делать этому доставщику, когда, ну, когда он видит такую запись, ну, такую надпись? Вот что они ожидают, что он не сделает этого? Что за бред? И чё? Ну, прикольно, да. Красный, он же только что его нарисовал. Чего? Классно. Найс, ну нормально, чё. Ну так нормально. Что за бред? Что она к нему докопаться? Какая вообще разница, как чел разговаривает по телефону? Ну удобно ему так. Фу, мразь. Please didn't find the joke funny. Должно быть весело. Давайте, пацаны. Бля, прикиньте, как внутри. No storage. Ой. БМВ, что вы хотели? Holy fuck! Ой-ой-ой. О. Охренеть. Чё, кал? Дебил. У. Спасибо, чуваки. Хоть, хоть кому-то на меня не срать. Спимо. Ух ты ж, как же она напугана. Давайте, плывите, плывите. А, прикольно, очень прикольно. Thank you, bro. Как все тупая телом нечем заняться. Пиздец. Ох и мразь. Какая же мразь. So cute. Конечно, мило было. Ой. Ой. Ох и гнидач, ох и гнидач. Ох, красава, ох и пёсик жесткий. Ух ты, это прикольно. Вот бы в снежки с кем поиграть. А, вот это тоже жестко. Ooh, damn, that's beautiful. Как же это красиво. Да и пофиг. И... Фу. Что за бред? Привет. Привет. Как дела? Ой, блин, ну и видосики тут смешные. Что ты за мной повторяешь? У меня хорошо. А у тебя как? Как день прошел? Чем занимался? Или занималась? Я не знаю. Сплю. Прямо сейчас спишь или как? Че за ответ сплю? Спокойной ночи тогда. А днем чем занимался или занималась? Спасибо большое тебе. Ничем. А я учил программирование целый день. У меня нету. У меня нету девушки. А у тебя? Есть! Вот это кайф. Я завидую. Я тоже хочу себе девушку. Девушку иметь это прекрасно. Кого-то любить это просто великолепное чувство. Поэтому я тебе реально завидую. Давай. Согласен. И я согласен. И давно вы вместе? Как вы вообще познакомились? Gotta go, oh, oh. Месяц. Used to go to... На Твиче. Это жестко. Как ты вообще пришла к тому, что ты стала любить девушек? Когда ты это поняла? Никогда не сталкивался на Твиче, что я. Я когда понял, что мне нравятся девушки? М, Когда мне перестали нравиться мальчики. Ой, Ты вообще откуда? Чем занимаешься по жизни? Кто по масти? Да ладно, это уже как-то хуёво сказал. Ну вот, просто чем занимаешься? Питер. Да так. Рисую. О, рисую. Рисовать это круто. А учишься, может? Блин. В 11 классе. А как вообще твои родители отнеслись к своему положению по девушкам? Они не знают. А почему? Боишься рассказать им? Потому что думаешь, будет плохая реакция? Или как? Просто еще не сказала. А у тебя вообще какие отношения с родителями? Хорошие. Вот это очень круто. С родителями иметь хорошие отношения, это просто очень круто. Потому что я знал людей, ой, у которых отношения с родителями вообще отстойные. Ладно, пока. Удачи. Спокойной ночи. Спасибо. Ой. Ой, как же им повезло. Просто нереально. Бля. Этот видос видел. И на самом деле, как же им повезло, что, ну, что они просто, ну, отделались просто перепугом, потому что это минус спина могла бы быть. Это минус спина. Как же им повезло. 6 он мелкий. Да ладно, не бывает. Чё. Ух ты. Дэм. Жесть. Какие же топовые зверушки. Шесть. Блин. Да, блин. О, жесть. Property! Get off my property! Так. What the fuck? It's a fucking frog. Жесть. Воу. Да, прикол. Чё? Жесть, это на него посмотрели. Эм, what the fuck? Ух ты, прикольно, кстати. Oh, cat. Вау. Фига они. Later. How long Ты должна быть что-то смешное обязательно. Когда-нибудь. A pair box with my face on and filming his reaction. Блин, это не смешно. Понятно, это сейчас задумался жестко. Как же это выглядит со стороны тупо. Just rocks. Ладно, кал. Кринж. It's too funny to get angry. Okay. What do you want? Currently, the longest unbroken chain of slavery of any society in history spanning about. Wow. This is for guys to have fun. What are you doing, Dad? Фигня. The baby got or matter baby. Так, фигня. Фигня какая-то. Блин, что-то смешное будет сегодня или нет? Cute laugh. Also now a new laughter could sound like a looping track. Блин, лучше сюда пойдем. Очень жарко было. Run, motherfucker. Ой, хоть кто-то додумался. Дэм, хоть кто-то додумался. Все это знают, чел. Все. Что за кал? Эм, Кьют видео, нет. Нифига не кьют. Ой, яйцо. Вот оно, качество. Красава. Вот они, бомжи нашего времени. Кеннис. Бля. Я испугался. Блин, нифига Снуп двигается. Эм, ну ладно, я пошла. Every 30 seconds. Нифига он фоток наделал. Терабайтс. Чел ёбнутый. Прикольно. День. Интересно, где это? Какой миленький. Нифига он хитрый. Жесть. Это очень жестко. Бедная собачка. Hey, lad. How you doing? Ой. Ты. Ух ты. А, интересно. Как они английский знают? А чё они так? Что происходит? Окей. Но... Ой-ой-ой. Ой, чел. Для таких же дебилов на желтый. Да-да-да, чел. Тебя развели. Нифига себе. Что за кал? Кто пищит? Ой, птичка. Смотрю. Так, что еще посмотреть? Ну, compilation хочу. М. Есть какие-то мемы, которые выходят? Блин, Адора ничего не выпускала, новых клипов никаких? Не. Ладно, на этой ноте буду заканчивать. Спасибо за стрим. Всем пока и до понедельника.